My camera's straight. That's one of my questions. Like everything is on a, I have to turn this way to read everything. So I'm asking myself, hi, Aunt. I just decided to come on because I just did a video before about the King's Palace. And now Forbidden is asking me a question. Don't know if he wants to make it public or not, so I can answer him live as he writes to me right now. Yeah, am I at an angle? What does that say? Awesome. So am I on an angle right now? Yes, no. You are sideways. Where's the roof? Is the roof here? I mean, for me, the roof is here, right? The roof is right there. I mean, I see the whole room. I don't know. Am I sideways or is the room sideways? Okay, the room is on the right. This is my right. Hold on. I wonder if I can switch everything. Oh. So this, wait a second. Now where's the room? The ceiling's on the right. Hold on a second. The ceiling's on the right. Let me try this. No, that's no good. Okay, so now I still got me upside down. I look big today. I look like I'm like a giant, like a big giant. I came down from the sky to the little people on the ground. Right, the little people on the ground. How's all the little people on the ground? I can see you now. Everybody's so small down there. I'm good now. Whoop, somebody said, whoop. Are we just one of us? Are we two of us? A thing popped up to join, but then it disappeared. So just give me a minute. I want to put on the sounds here. I wasn't really sure what I was going to talk about. It was just like we're talking about Fox, you know, so I just wanted to see what else I can take out of this thought. Just want to fix this. It's very noisy here right now. Just give me a minute. Okay, I didn't leave this plugged in. Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord. Okay, just give me 1 minute. Where am I? Yes. Okay, so where are we going to start? Are there any questions? There was a conversation going on between me and Forbidden. I don't know if he wants me to mention it, but since I won't mention it, he did awaken me to something, and I will always talk about what I am awakened to because I don't think it's a secret, right? And so it's the fox, right? And the foxtrot. And I want to see if he's here. Let me see. And I really like to stick things into numbers to still get a little bit deeper into really understanding. And I don't even know how to write this one down. There are just so many little intricate, unless you explain it exactly, it's very hard to understand. So I'm going to give you the basis for it. If I say, now should I start yet or should I wait until 500 people show up? And everybody's looking around. How many are here? How many are here? Where are we? Where are we? Everybody like my green screen? Well, not so green. I had to change all the colors around. I kept taking away green. I just have I have a lime green wall in front of me. I have a lime green wall in front of me. Yeah, you see that? That's not green. In fact, this is yellow. It's picking it up as green, eh? Is that right? You see the yellow here, right? But when I put it this way, it looks like limeish green on this. And then for some reason, it looks blue here and blue here. Maybe I'm not seeing properly, right? This is white. Yeah, the lime green wall is right there. And that looks more yellow than anything else. There's those 5 and 5 calm, command. You ever hear of commandments, commandment? Like it says man, man. Why does it say man, man? Man and men. It says men with a T and it says man with a D. Does anybody ever think of that? Does anybody even care? Right? Does anybody even care that when they say commandment, that the man ends with a D and the men ends with a T? But not only that does after men is a T, that from the beginning of the word till the end of the word, the T is the last letter in the word. When you play Scrabble, it tells you all kinds of things to do with your letters, right? I mean, if we're going to have a discussion about anything in life, right? The words we use are, can I use the word flagrant? We use our words flagrantly, flagrant. I grant you this in holy matrimony. So all the words, and it doesn't matter if a judge is going to judge, upon the words spoken, if the judge thyself does not understand the word thyself for the alphabet that it comes from, that the alphabet are characters made up with definitions that are used in this life and world, yet am I obliged to be blind to the law of life? Am I obliged to be blind to the law of life? What does that mean? Using my alphabet and words in flagrancy, as so does the judge with thy ears. When I say flagrancy, I'm going to understand number 1 and number 2 first. Then I'm going to understand each letter that is in the 1 position or in the 2 position. And it makes no difference what language it's in. If it gets a 1, it gets a 1. If it gets a 2, it gets a 2. How will you know? Well, if the number is 13, we're going to reduce it to 4. Now, did it get a 1 inside its absolute house? When it was reduced, it was reduced from the 10th house. It had 2 numbers to it. So if it gets reduction from 2 houses, when you count it down, it'll have a single reduction to it. Do you follow what I'm saying? For example, the letter S equals 2. The letter R equals 1. What does that mean? It means when I make a reduction, there was a single house reduction. So how many reductions did you make? In the alphabet, it's 1 and 2. Now, if you move over to the 360-degree alphabet, right, then it becomes 3. Reduce 3. And when you run into the 360-degree alphabet, right, 6 by 6. 360 degrees, 6 by 60. What happens is that once you get into 360, you have actually enveloped the range of 40. Right? 360 brings on the range of 40. What does that mean? Well, it's pretty simple. That if I connect these 9 over here, right, and I connect 1 and 9, 3 and 7, 4 and 6, 8 and 2, they're all 10s. So all these 9s, 4 by 9 for 360 will be, right, is now going to be 10s for 400. So there's an extra 40 when you connect it. You automatically go to 400. So now 400 is less than 360. Do you follow what I'm saying? The maximum you can get to, everything else that's more is actually less. The same with the number 6. This might be a number 6, but in all actuality, okay, in all actuality, this is only a 4. Everything else is in between. So now we're going to start asking ourselves questions to keep it square. In a square, everything is in between. But if we're using this as like pucks, like a puck in a hockey game, right? We use this like a puck in a hockey game. We're going to use the top puck over here. Then we're going to use the middle puck over here. And then we're going to have the third puck over here. 3 pucks, 3 periods in the game. And on every puck, right, is going to be stamped with 3, 6, 9, 12. For the 12, see, that's all there is on this puck. There's only 12. 1 in between 2. I go to the washroom, the king's chamber. I stand up for a 1 and I sit down for a 2. The woman sits down for a 2 and sits down for a 1. I give the woman a number 22. I give the man a number 21. Flippity, hey. So we're still down to, in fact, it says no guests requests. You can invite guests. So right now it says there's nobody here. Right now it says there's nobody here. The top corner it says 1. And then when I look down here for guests, it says nobody. So I might be here with somebody or with nobody. I don't know. And it says I can invite. Right? Live with guests. Wow. People you may know. Tyrone co-hosted 13 days ago. Invite. I don't know who these people are, and I don't like to. Then it says no vacancy. Kelsey co-hosting. Co-hosted. Okay, whatever. Okay, not doing it. Wow, so we're actually, are we nobody here? We're nobody here. Okay, good. I don't have to talk right now, right? I'm not going to talk right now. I'm just going to take a look at 919. Nobody here. Heat above me, blasting. I got to shut this off. I don't know why, but it always shows 77, and it just doesn't shut off right away. I turn it down. Okay, that's where I leave it, and I always turn it back on, and it's always the same thing. Wow, I can't believe I got this plastic. Oh, I got a little plastic on it. No danger, nothing that's going to hurt it. But it is a new clicker, so. So why is it so silent? Well, there's nobody here, so flippity number 1. So yes, you're here, you're not here, because why does it say nobody here? Yeah, it says I can invite guests to join. I don't know what that means. I don't like to do that. Messages I can show, they're smart, they do not know. Scared of the sword, I must wield. Ah, so the wield is spelt W-E-I-L-D. And they have wield, they have weld, the I before the E, except after the C. Okay, so why is the I before the E? And like in ceiling, you spell ceiling. Let me see how to spell ceiling. How do you spell ceiling?
Ceiling is spelled C-E-I-L-I-N-G.
So I before E except, oh, it's I before E except after C. And in wield, it's the same thing. And the W is the 23rd letter. Is there a 3 inside of 20. What's going on with our numbers, right? This is what it's here. This is what I do. I talk about numbers. I will be uploading this somewhere else, although it shows nobody's here right now. I don't know what's going on. So I'm just going to just block myself from all of this. You see what I think this upgrade is right now that I'm going through. It's going through a period of time where everything you see is not exactly what it is. It's like the mirror. It's like in the mirror. So I'm in a dream. I'm in a life. This is a dream. This is a movie I'm playing right now. I'm playing this movie out where communication comes only by the 9 lives of the interference from the cat. Sometimes they call it a category like a storm, right? I think this is the problem in the world right now. This beautiful, beautiful, beautiful beast, beast of burden. Oh my God, these animals are beasts of burden. How much attention, right, do we have to put towards this cat? And then the usage of the words, right? It's a storm coming. It's the category storm. I just have to see if I can put this straight over here, right? What category storm is coming? So we have the cat, to use the CAT. Where else? I have a cataract. So what does that mean? I have a cataract, right? What does the cat have to do with this? How does the cat come into this? Am I making this stuff up? Of course, I'm making it all up. My reference is going to come from the word, from the numeric value of the word. The word is, push over, please. Okay, that's good. That's enough. Okay. I'll make it a little bit more. Okay, you can lie down. There you go. There you go. Lie down. There you go. Beautiful. Beautiful. So she'll lie down. She'll lie down, and then she'll roll over until she gets right over to where I am. She'll just keep rolling over. It's like, and it's not just this cat. It's all the cats. They all do the same thing. It's like they're all talking to each other. It's like, I'm just going to roll my butt all the way over, you know, just, and not look. Of course, my cat is not looking at me. It's like this. And it's so silent. And I can pulsate. I can feel her thinking, the way she's turning her head, just sniffing around and just like trying to get a peek at what I'm doing. And here she goes. Here comes the big turnover. Come and get me. Did the turnover start yet? What are you doing? What are you doing? Have you come towards me yet? Oh, it's turning on the cell phone. Right? She put her face on the phone. It just turned on. Oh, now it's eating. What's it doing? Right? Are you eating something yet? Look at her eating right there. That's good. That's good for you, right? She's eating that. Where is it? It's a storm in the house. It's a storm. Okay, so let's get back on to hello Void. How you doing? You know, it says it's really really weird, because if I tell you that's 5 people were on, oh no. Oh no, oh no, she broke it. Oh, so I took that away from her, so now she's doing something else. Can't stop, eh? You just can't stop. If it's not this, it's that. If it's not this, it's that, right? Anything, anything. You mean my mind can't stop thinking? My mind can't stop thinking. My mind can't stop thinking. Do you have anything to do with it? Are you somewhere inside of me? Where are you? Where are you hiding inside of me? What are you? Which piece of equipment are you? Which piece of equipment are you? Are you the bunny rabbit? Something to do with the bunny rabbit. In fact, in the Chinese zodiac, they switched the cat, right? They switched the cat for the bunny rabbit, or the bunny rabbit for the cat, and that's where Cancer fits in, right? And so it's starting to tell me if the cat and the rabbit are together, it's miscommunication. So is it miscommunication within the house, within the breath, right? Within the oceans and within inside of ourselves? Is that where the miscommunication comes in? Do you follow what I'm saying? Never reduce 11. So let's never reduce, and let's understand that 2, okay, is with 9, equaling to your communication through the Mars moons and your birth. The 9 happens to be your Sagittarius. Don't remove don't remove the cat. The 11th zodiac sign is Aquarius. 11 is 1 and 1 is 2. The only way to get there is from 2 and 9. That's my only way to get to 11 is 2 and 9. It's through my birth. Equals 11. Now, why did I say miscommunication? Right? Instead of 2 and 9, how about 20 and 90 equals to 110, like the tower? I like to use 55 and 55 for 110 to start off, and then I'll go for 56 and 54 to equal to the 110. And then I'm going to go 57 and 53 to equal to the 110. And then I'm going to go 58, right, and 52 to equal to the 110. I'm going to stop over there for now. I'm not going to do 59. Those are the extensions. 59 and 51 would now link up the moon to these towers. I was talking about 2 and 1. I seem to have lost my place. Talking about the cat, a miscommunication. Where is the cat inside of me? And the cat, I'm looking at electric. I'm also looking at communication. Now, since number 4 and cat, right, have an association of 4. 4 has an association of 3. So now somehow we've connected to the wolf. The wolf and the fox, don't ever leave them out. The fox is 45, the wolf is 56, part of the Federation. Fox and wolf right here. Right here. Fox and wolf right over here. Now, when you go wolf 56 and fox 45, when you add them together, it equals to 101. 101. Fox and wolf. If I flip the wolf and the fox around and I go 56, I'm just going to show you this. The Wolf and the Fox, 101 learning, 9/11, 56 and 54, Zion, Israel coming together. These 55s, those are all sky paths. Doesn't happen over here. When it flips around, this becomes the sun, this becomes the fox. Would you not think that the sun, okay, the sun will create a burn mark, the yellow and the red? You bring it together, it becomes orange, it becomes a burnt orange because the sun is inside this numeric value here. Let's call it the cherry red, meeting up with the soul. It burns it, makes a fox color, makes that Harley Davidson burnt orange color. Now it's connected to planet Pluto. Pluto, the number 84, 3 cycle moons. When I switch these all around, this word of 3 and 7 is connected here. The air signs are connected also to the horse, right? Here's your 9, here's your 11. Here's all your 9s, here's your 11. The end result on the higher side, look at that, 9/11. But it's not just 9/11. This is miscommunication, okay, or communication between the cat and the dog. This is communication of the cat and the dog. Why the cat and the dog? Remember, this is simple. What I do is for kids who are growing up. You're 17, you're 16, you're 18, you haven't been taught anything, right? Here's your K, here's your 9, the 11th letter in the alphabet. They call it the K9. It's a task force in the house of I am. Why do I say that? Because I was at the Miami International Airport and all the policemen, right? They all had this on their thing, right? It said, I think it said K11 or something, and I said to them, "Hey, that's the K9." So 11 times 9 is 99. 11 plus 9 is 20. 20 plus 99, 119. And then when you do it again, it becomes the mother. Even though 70, okay, the range of 70, they say God is supposed to be that number 70, but 70 is a range, okay? 70 is the range between the left and the right. And what passes through is the 9 birth. But the 9 birth shows up, okay? First of all, the word mother is 79. And in the word mother, okay, not only mother, but also father. And now that I'm here, I'm going to put brother. Okay. And not to forget, for those who are here for the first time and do not know what I do, and I'm going to say hi to everybody. But if I take my eye off from what's inside my head just to say hello, I'm going to lose the story I speak. So I don't see everything all the time. Red and yellow making orange. Yes, red and yellow making orange. Yes, that's it. And when it hits the sun, it gets burnt, and then you have the burnt orange for Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson, H and D. D is 1/2 of H, okay, and D is 2 times B. This is where I started before. I wanted to mention it's all about ABC. But what happens is since A returns to A jumps inside of C, and now it can become 3 and it can take it to that next level. So all we need to play with is ABC. We play with BC5. This is where Jackson 5 comes in. It's absolutely a perfect word. It's your Jack is number 25, okay, and your son is number 48. That's 73. This is the air sign that comes and plays this role. And also, when the air sign comes in and play, the reverse air sign is going to be Capricorn, right? And then it's going to be Capricorn and Virgo, right? So I think you're gonna get an Earth sign. And what other sign? Hold on a second. What did I say? Uh, yeah, Virgo, right? Virgo, Capricorn, and Virgo. So you have an Earth sign, and I think an Earth sign. I think you got 2 Earth signs in that. So we switched over from an air sign to an Earth sign by reversing our zodiac signs, 3 and 7. 3 and 7, it's a huge number. What happens is when I'm connecting sevens, I'll go 1 and 6. This is fire over here, right? And this is earth over here. So that's not the same. Then I'm going to go 2 and 5. That's a 7, but this one is an earth sign, and this one over here is a fire sign. Wow. So I got fire, okay, over to earth, and now I have earth over to fire. Now I'm going to go over here. and this is an air sign. And I'm going to connect over here, this one over here. And that's another 7. So, but this time I got air and I got water coming together. So I had 2 fires and then an air and water. Now, when I connect to the 10 system, 1 over to 9, and I hope I didn't lose you. Okay, this is the importance of 1 and 2. It takes 1 and 2 to create 3. Nothing happens until I create the 3. The 3 and 4 are a corridor amongst themselves. This is just a corridor to bring me over here. This is one corridor. Once I run through this corridor to the other side, I go over here. It cannot be spun. All my spins of this cube from 1 over to 2, right? 1 over to 2 is only a 90 degree. But if I need to go 1 to 6, it's 180 degrees. So when I go from 2 over to 3, I can't get the 4, but I can run the corridor because it's within the same numeric house, 1. So does that mean 1 is actually part of a half area space? Or is this cube too thick and should I make it thinner and put a different number on the outside? There's more to this cube because when it gets bigger, it starts to look like this. And the one area that you see over here is actually over here. The spindle that controls everything. I'm going to get a glass of water. Just give me a minute. When what hits the sun? When the numeric value for the sun is 54. 9 times 6 equals to the 54. When the birth comes upon us, right? When the birth comes upon us, it hits the sun. It becomes a burnt orange when soul meets the spirit. The red hot spirit, okay, to the yellow soul, the body. I guess we're going to look at it that way. That's the way I've been using it since the beginning, if I'm wrong. So what happens in this instance is number 91 and 67 meet, and that becomes 158. That becomes 158. And it's okay. I'm just going to take a look what it's actually trying to tell me. 91 is the spirit, 67 is the soul. 9 and 1 equals to 10, 6 and 7 equals to 13, 1 and 3 equals to 4. It's like Dalit meeting Yod. 19 is also part of the AI. It's part of the moon. It's the split house. Anytime I work with the number 1 is the split house. It's all of what is within, and it's one part to all as being a piece of everything. Number 10, unlike number 1, number 10 is an association. Number 10 is an association. So to go back to what is the burnt sun? What happens is when life comes, right? The soul, it burns, it makes an ash between it. It turns itself burnt orange, okay? Perhaps maybe talking about the negative sun, right? Or the gen, right? Instead of saying negatives, you can go backwards, or the generational sun. I don't know which way should I do this, right? But when you use the negative sun, you're also talking about in that word, you're talking about both the moon, your DNA, and the sun within the word. Seventh letter, fifth letter, fifth letter. This, okay, in the alphabet, is 5 and 5. It's a 7. In gematria, 7 divides the two sides. Being inside the birth, being born brings you inside the heaven. Being born gives you that number 9. So I take away, in this instance, in the gematria scale, where I count 1 over to 7, and I jump between scales. So I have to make you aware of that when I'm jumping between scales. When you're born into the 7th house is right here. There's this side, this hemisphere, and this hemisphere. This is a mirror of this one. There's more to it because there's 4 areas. It goes like this, and then either like this, or like this, like this, like this, like this. I'm going to show you the picture that goes with it, but I got Miss Pretty over here all stretched out as far as we can go. Nope, I'm not looking at you. You're not looking at me. I'm not looking at you. Not looking at me, not looking at you. Close your eyes, yeah. Make like you don't care. Make like you don't care. Remember, we spoke about the cat? We spoke about the cat before. The cat in French, okay, is cat. It's in chou, which means to talk, right? It means to talk. Just want to see if I. So you spell it CHAT because it looks like chat. Then you have CH coming together. What is C and H? Where can we find it, right? You remember I said, so I'm going to just do this in a second. The cat is communication. I said there's a miscommunication. When we get the big C, it's because we're having a miscommunication with the H. We're having a miscommunication with the divided house. We're having a miscommunication on the cross. There's been a crossover. We've been crossed out, right? We've been X'd off. Our O has been X'd. Let's look at it that way. There's three crosses, one central cross, and it's the scales cross, one where one life is here and one life is here. We come into this world, we attain the animal soul within this world, right? Or is it the animal soul that goes with inside the other world because we cannot attain it in this world in order to correct for Urantia, the Urantia Correctional Center is we're not living here alone. There's constant corrections coming into the electronic world. The ER, right, versus the AR, the resident angel of this planet, and then the elect or the emergency room. I like to use the H and ER for her, uh, being that one of them is being brought up in a laboratory. And in French, they call Libra balance. And if you say the word balance, it actually looks like lab science backwards. That's the way I've been reading it for years. Libra is number 42, so it shows me a gateway. I mean, how would the Lord bring us here and not have some sort of correctional center that can correct you here from an outside source and then send it into you to your IP address? So for every breath you take, one of the reasons, okay, for meditation, okay, and even the doctor says it. How many times has the doctor told you? There's a lot of things you don't have to believe when the doctor tells you things, right? But when the doctor tells you something that's known as a home remedy, right? That's the greatest thing you can ever hear. The doctor gives it away right away. The doctor says to you, you must meditate. Has anybody ever heard their doctor say you have to meditate? Well, let me say it in medical terms. You need some bed rest, right? You need some bed rest. So you take the bed rest and you take the B, the E, and the D and try to understand these letters. So like I said, once we understand these letters, maybe we'll understand a little bit more depth in the words we use. That's why I say the judges that give us the sentence today are not actually telling us the truth because they can't possibly know the truth because they don't understand the words they speak. Even if you were wielded into what you actually did, right? What you actually did, I'm going more along the lines of misdemeanors, right? Misdemeanors, where they put you down because the act was an act of not with using your best judgment, but the judgment, one is for all, but one is not for all, right? One is not for all. It should be built into the system of logic that when you see somebody crossing the street and it's not on a highway because the pedestrian should not be on the highway, again, the logic for the pedestrian, that you don't speed up the car. You do it so we work together because everybody in this world, everybody in my world, in my game, everybody in my game is me. I wrote the game out. Everybody Everybody is me. Me, me, me. I don't want any of my characters to fall down in my game. Imagine if my characters were pixels working together, and one of the pixels bringing the information says, you know what? I got information. I'm not giving it to you. And wait a second, then I can't get any more information myself. So I may as well just pass it on. We're all one in my world in this game. We're all the same one. But wait a second, I need to give everybody liberty. Why? Why did I create the game? Because I can't think fast enough. So I made everybody like me. But in this instance, I made a calculator, but I slipped it inside everybody. Everybody's got a calculator inside of them, and they can do all their calculations. The thing is, this calculator all goes back to the same source. I send out the electric to everybody that they can calculate everything they need to calculate. And when they have an answer, when all, okay, the 6 billion players in the game, all the 6 billion, okay, I give all of them something and they give something back to me and we share. And what is that? The information. On day 7, I decided in my game I had enough and I needed a little bit of rest. So I rested. And the game kept going on. But it didn't need me anymore. I became the correctional center, locked up for the life of every single being on this planet, that I could collect all the information from every single being that ever lived. Now I'm locked up, eternal, for life. I am the seventh day, and then when one of my game pieces drops out, we lay them to do a like I, to rest on the seventh day and help those entities that came into their game upon their rest. Call it the capstone. Let's call it Capricorn, right? The Leo stone. Why? Because Leo is 5. The capstone of Capricorn is a 6. The 5 and 6, 11 come together in 7. They come together in the word horse. They come together in the word 3. The air sign sticks together. The Capricorn, the Capricorn 10 and the Leo 5 gives me the pentagon. To create this, I will use a hexagon, okay, and I will use the 5-point and the 6-point star, and I'll cap it off on the top. The 5-point star is going to run 72, and the 6-point star is going to be running at 60. One is for the house, which is number 2772, and the other one is for our creation, our 10 times 6, our 9 to 5 creation, our 5 and 6, 11, born into the house of Vet, which is 11 times 2, equaling to 22, born upon the ring. Our Trinity is to the face. Here's our 4 seasons. The Trinity is within the face. How so? The face of 9. How so? The face of 9, that you might see 1, but all the same, there are 9. Should I look at it 9 and 4 houses? Or should it just be all 9 individual houses? So there's 2 ways to look at this. And then there's Earth and Mars, and how should we look at this? Where was I with this? Yes, so I want to get back to Leo. So when you put that pentagon right on top of that 6-point star, you get the point. So how does this point, right? What happened to create this point, the 6 and 5, 11? Well, then you're going to say to yourself, well, it's the E and the F. You have A, B, C, D, and then you have E, F. Playing under the 88 constellations, window equals to 88. For the 88 constellations, A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4 equals to 10. E, F equals to 11. If I use 4, I use 4 sides. that spin around the pole. I have two sides that are the pole. So call two sides the pole, call four sides the ring. I'm going to boil my hot water in the kitchen. I'm going to come back. Hopefully, I'll remember. I will tell you that there's already a few things that I have not remembered. And that's when I wrote down father, mother, and brother, when I spoke about the canine 9/11, when I put together the wolf and the fox and how they associate together. Note that wolf W5 and fox, okay, is 6, and how this is the trueness of the purest of the seventh gates, 765, and just how everything is just so perfectly knitted right into the Mayans, right into the Mayans. And then we're going to bring it even deeper than that, because I know there are others on the panel I have seen go by, right, that can join this, although I don't watch much of anybody else's work, that when I do skim through it, once they say something that connects with me, or two things that connect with me, I have to leave. Because if I can't say something, it just lingers, and then they'll go on to something else. Oh, and I can connect that too. Oh, and I can connect that too. And I just stop. I just stop. It's just too much, right? Like when it comes into the, and we're going to take like a 2-minute break here. I'm just trying to look for this book. Yeah, it's a shame I wrote over a book that's very, very expensive. But do you see the way the top part here is showing me this round part, this round part, but the bottom part is showing me the spout. Now, I don't work in a science lab, right? I don't work in a science lab, but I can see that when it's like this, it's almost like boiling alcohol, right? We have to remember that, again, when I speak with colors, in order to make it fair for everybody to understand, I believe that in my game, we all have to understand that all the sciences of what's in the outside world, I bring into my inside world. Will I bring in a fake science? Well, let me show you where the science begins. It begins with the periodic table. Man-made, man-made, man-made. The letter M, the 13th letter. The letter M in Chaldean is going to be the fourth letter. The letter Z in Chaldean, A through Z in Chaldean is 1 and 7. So we're not stopping the alphabet. 8 becomes what? Is 8 going to encompass the game? When we go A through Z, there's different ways to understand this alphabet. So I'm going to get back to when the burnt orange is upon our birth, or upon when the egg meets the sperm, right? Is that the first part of the soul? Is that when we ignite the yellow within inside? This is the way I see it, right? I see the yellow. I see yellow and red, right? I see yellow and red right away. The minute that glue hits the egg, I see yellow and red, both from the female, both of them. The only thing that happens is this glue comes in. This is and I have to take it as I can't have any science, right? The egg is number 19. It joins two worlds. That glue has to do with something with maybe the cobweb that has to be performed inside. I don't know. That's something that will beat up inside of you, and I believe will be part of that rock solid part of the pineal gland. Call it a gem. Call it a pearl, okay? Because that's the way I look at it. So the number 71 in Virgo, number 71 in Pisces, number 71 for the word sperm, in when it's the S and the P, right? The S is the 19th letter. Sagittarius, bringing it over to Capricorn. And the P, number 16, 16 and 19 are in the same house. They're under the same balance of cardinal signs. which means when I say under the same balance of cardinal signs, let me take my picture over here. Where is it? Where is it? The cardinal signs. Which one was I talking about? I was talking about the nine mutable with the 10th cardinal sign. If I was going to talk about only mutable, it'd be the nine birth and immutable, right? And the three creation to the six life. So your life becomes your mutable, right? Your Pisces becomes your mutable for your birth, right? That's where your alpha, beta, your one and two comes together. And that one, two, I like to use for the mother, for the father, because the father stands and sits when it goes to the washroom, right? I like to look at the sitting part as part of the soul and the standing part as part of the spirit, right? Standing up, you're standing up and facing the throne, where the woman sits down and doesn't look at the throne at all, but the man is facing the throne, right? Man made, but who made man? The breath that we take. Okay, it's for all the breath we take, and it's only from within the breath of creation that we become, we can think, okay, because of that breath, because of these bodies, right? Oh, Mother Hubbard in the cupboard. The end of the world date passed. Okay, pass is number 55. It's a sky pass, means they're the passageway that came through the end of time, right? End is second. So, second, there is no passing in second. Two is resorted to be known as a passageway, right? It's in the house of Bait. It's in the secondary house. There's Bet and Vet, and the second house is how I work my numbers. I'm gonna explain this after. I need to get my hot tea. I need to talk about Bet and Vet and ABC, how the ABC works, right? A, B, C, D. The communication or the miscommunication of the cat. We need four cats for the communication. And it's funny the way they go out for the temperature and they go forecast, right? This is the forecast. So if you think of the word forecast, it means to predict, right? This is the forecast, predicting forward, looking forward in time, although this is not with the U inside of it. Why do we include the U inside of it is another question somebody should retain to ask me when I get back from this short break. Again, back to the burnt orange. When you come, when the spark of life, when the light comes in, when there's light shining all the time between the spirit and the soul, okay, it's going to create that burnt orange look. It's just natural to think that way. None of us can be 100% professionals in anything other than words that were spoken that I can see naturally. And it's happened before. I saw it happen when orange becomes burnt orange. And right away, it's Harley Davidson. So remind me of that. Remind me of rabbit ears. Remind me of the sun. Inside the word Harley Davidson, it says the sun rabbit. Inside of Harley Davidson, it tells me about dot and line. What is the dot and line? The dot and line is the way the muffler system works. It goes put put put, and every time it's not putting, it's silent. So it's a silent deadline to put put put. I think it's very annoying, but it must be out there for something. In all due respect, Pluto is also orange. Pluto is noted to be the ninth planet. It was here for 76 years. So we have to remind ourselves Pluto here for 76 years from 1930 to 2006. What does it mean, 2 and 6? So these are all questions to ask me. And if there's any numbers anywhere else in life, in the Bible, whatever number it is, let's see where it is. Let's see what letter it hits up on. We're going to get back to the Mayan, where a reflection of 2112 can mean a few things. Ask me that question again, please. If you want to get onto cardinal signs, what could possibly 2112? Because you do know that when you go fixed, cardinal, and mutable, we bring 2112, bringing them all together as well. Because the cardinal gets a 1, the fixed gets a 2, and the mutable gets a 12. The 1 and 2 comes together. And in Hebrew, right, they're going to say Yod Bet to get 12. But I don't want to do that in English. Okay, I want you to ask me that also. How come I don't want to use Yod Bet in English? or 10 and 2 in English to get a mutable 12 Pisces. Ask me why. I'm going to be back after making a little bit of tea. I have no idea how long I have been here. We only have 901 likes. It's my favorite number. Usually when I leave my channel after my live, I'm trying to look like I want to be like the only channel that shows minus. Like I made a demand at TikTok. I don't know if it's going to work out, right? 6238 equals to 100. It's the 62 is going to match with 48, and the completion of the circle of that is going to be the sun, us coming connected to the moon. 62 is for the queen. 6226. 62 is the upper revelation of the house. Let me explain it. And don't forget, there's many levels for this, because if I was looking at Chaldean, you would be BKR. So you're bringing the birth within the house with the 2, the 6. Yes, you're bringing everything together in the house in Chaldean. Wow, that's amazing. 6662. Okay, very good. So 26, when I look at 6 and 2, I might use the terminology of 2662. The 6 is freedom. The 6 is woman, bringing it into the house of life. Now, the 1 and 5, which holds your vibration, is going to be inverted to 2 and 6. You can never have 1 and 6. When you have 1 and 6, that's a 7. They're two polarities. The 1 is alike the 6. The 2 is alike the 5. So one side of your dice will say 5, the other 2. One side is 1, the other is 6. So the reverse of your 6 and 2 is going to be the breath, your vibration. 2, 3, and 4. It's going to be the rotation between receiving into your life, communication. On the other side of that, it's going to be 3, 4, and 5. I get a little complicated with this. This is where 444 comes in. It's a half-life. The 2 I like to call the full life. But anyways, the 444, that's a 64-bit communication, 4 by 4 by 4. 4, 4, just give me another second. 2 times 3 is 6, times 4 is 24. It's at the divided gate. There's a separation of the house. 2 times 3 times 4 is 12, 24, and 9 is 33. Right. Just let me do that again. Let me do that again if I got it wrong. No, the other one was 3, 4, 5. Sorry. Yes, I knew I made a mistake. I repeated what I said on the other side. This is 3, 4, 5. So 3 times 4 is 12, times 5 is 60. So you have the completion of the clock in this one. And here you'd have the rotation of your vibration of your life and you living the day out. 26 is game. Within game is the 7th gate of your soul. The reason I say this is in the word game are the letters A-M-E. G is the 7th gate. G is your creation through the 7th gate within you. Your creation is 313. Imagine there's 7 days, right? You're the connection between the first 3 and the second 3. There are 7 days. Can we say this way? You are the 6. You are coming here, the 6 proton, the 6 neutron, the 666. So then you become the 18. You become the residency. So I'm no longer with numbers under 9. So if I work with numbers maximum of 7 for the 7 days a week, or I use with maximum numbers for the 13 moons. If I'm using the 13 moons, I'll go 6, 1 moon, where I crown myself, okay, where I'm crowned to join this side and this side. I become crowned. I become the 3rd cube in the center that overlaps the other 2 that bring the 2 together. This is where the hexagon comes in. In this reality, the hexagon comes in and a heart line comes in. So I'm crowning, I'm bringing these 2, the separation together. Let's do it this way instead. This is that 7th gate over here, bringing this side and this side together. Let's look at it this way. This is 755 at this point. Number 6 will overlap this one here, and it'll do this in front of it. That's what number 6 will do. It'll overlap. Let me see if I can get this done right. Is my gun plugged in? No. Okay, this will go here. This is what it'll look like. This is what it'll look like. 6 will overlap the 7, right? So when you look at the 262 again, it's this side and this side. I'm not explaining that right. I'm not explaining that right. Not good. Let me do it the other way. Let me do this the other way. It's 3, 4, and 5. 3 times 4 is 12, times 5 is 60, right? 60 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 equals 72. So it becomes 12. Let's say the 12 zodiac signs or the 12 months running off the 60 seconds on the clock, the 12, your birthday running off your creation. Your 12 and your 6, your 18, that is your creation. Raish is your creation to one side of the game, to a quarter life. Now, I'd like to see if I did this properly. So 1 seems to be the time within. One seems to be the vibration within inside you. The other one is the clock of the earth. The clock of the earth. So they're both related to you. This is the greatest expansion you can have on a cube. 1 through 5 equals to 15. 2 through 6 equals to 20. So now with that said, okay, 15 and 20, 20 is the entirety of the whole clock. All 4 seasons come into effect. This is all the tens world come into effect. So this is what happens. Every time you want to go from 1 to 9, 3 to 7, 4 to 6, 8 to 2, we always pass through the 5 area. Everything is going to connect into this ocean area. Everything connects to the ocean. You go through it once, 5. You go through it twice. If you go through it this way and this way, 10. You go through it this way and this way, 10. But there's many ways to go through this. Here and here is a 10. Here and here is a 10. Here and here is a 10, right? So crisscrossing, creating different 10s. Now you can do it 4 times, to here, to here, to here, and to here. When you do it 4 times, this equals to 20. So the maximum result of that is you connecting to the 4 seasons, with you connecting to the 4 times 3 zodiac signs. So if you're connecting 4 times to the 3 zodiac signs, you're going to represent now cardinal, mutable, and fixed. Why? Because they work in force. They work in force. You're not going to be putting your way through the fire, the air, the earth. Oh, wait a second. That's also force. Wait, it's the 3 mutable. Okay, that's okay. There's 3 zodiac: Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. So there's 3 of them for the 4 signs. Now there's 4 zodiac signs for the 3, what is the mutable, fixed, and the cardinal. So I'm hoping that you can see that actuality. This is what 4 triplicates. Yes, 4 triplicates. So it's either by 3 or by 4. I hope I remember. I must take a 5-minute break. Yes, it triplicates. It's all about understanding these numbers, because for me, I just want to throw out there, just for those who can help my channel out, that'd be fantastic. Okay, because I don't need it just for one day. I need it for 365 days. This is what I'm dedicated to doing for the last 20 years, right? And I just want to understand these numbers as depth as I've been taught. And I think it's imperative that I don't, whatever numerology, astrology, whatever Bible you're reading, until you understand the alphabet, until you understand that if we are living in a created world, then every single section, every single wording that leads you into the chapter of every single Bible that's ever been written is a story within itself before you even enter. Before you even see a number or a word or a letter inside of it, there's a whole story getting on just reading the word, or the hundreds of different ways the word Bible or text is read. You know, even the word text is a huge word. The void, to omit. Even the word Sabbath is telling you about the teacher of the heaven spirit. Abba is father. It's from AB to BA. Where does BA end? It's exactly this cube. You might begin with 1, 2, right? But you end, okay, with 5, 6. You might begin with 1, you end with 6. So when you begin with 1 and 2, that equals to 3. When you end at 5, 6, okay, this equals to 21. This is BA. So this becomes 1 into 3, right? Once you get the 5, you have 15. When you add this one onto it, okay, you have 21. You have 15 and 21. You have O and you have U. That's location. It equals to 36, which is your base creation. When you have 15 and you have O, you have L. When you have U21, you have LF. Is that part of left? L and F is the heart of Rubik's Cube. It's the cross. L and F is 18. Do you know what 18 does? It's your 2 by 9 equals to 18. When you connect the zodiac signs, you become the 3 by 6 equals to 18. But two parts, your linears, overlap. 18 gets reduced. 18 gets reduced as 15. It takes 3 rulers to create 36 inches. 36 inches. But by the time you're done, you need a 4th ruler because we overlap our zodiac signs, right? We are the red ruler of life. We came and we adjust, and the worlds, they move amongst themselves, right? They're always the same thing, but they're always shifting. There's a 4th one onto this, one that we never get to see. We only live the 360 of the 480 living inside one ring, inside one ring. Here's the first ring. Here's the second ring. Here's the third ring. All we have to do is bend them around to create the rings, right? And when you take a look, even when you look at Microsoft, when you go to the older computers, the last 10 years, the pixels run flat. When you run a circle, all the pixels come so close together, they run flat, which means the flat area is an overlay of the same area space within the pixel. So they're showing you multiple areas within the pixel that you can't see, that are overlaid with inside of itself that I can't see. And I have 4 flat spots telling me that my automatic creation is going to turn into either the octagon or the hexagon when creating within the octagon. Another thing to mention is the cat and the dog. We have to talk about communication. I'm going to be back. We must take a 5-minute break. Oh my God, I have plus. I have 1,000 hearts. I'm looking for minus 1,000. Okay, let me look back. I'm only going to look back in 5 minutes. I am definitely going on a short little break. Not going to break anything. Is that a BREEAK? Is that how you spell break? Let me put this on, the sound on. Okay, and I have to turn this off. You know what I like about my heater? I like the vibration that it makes. It's really relaxing. You ever go beside different instruments and check out what they're like this? Okay, is there? I'd like to have one of those checkers to see, because this has to send a signal. How much is coming off of this, right? Like, should I take the batteries out? I did that last time. I took the batteries out, right? Because I didn't want it like, you might think, hold on a second, where's my tinfoil hat? You know, I used to watch these programs 40 years ago, 50 years ago. And it's like, I'm like going, and I always question the same question. How does everybody have this connection with the Lord? Who is this Lord? Why so many names? And for years and years and years, until I hit the age of 41, it bothered me for that long a period of time. And I would always put out how so until I figured out what was going on, until I understood the numbers, and until I understood how things work. And then I looked for improbabilities that became possibilities, that became actualities, that became improbabilities without having a computer in order to create them. There's impossible to do certain things. Not only did we see this by the pyramids all over the world that are being built, not that we see it there. So those are signs of improbabilities. But now I found improbabilities right here sitting in this chair of how time connects over time and how they can create. Why is this not playing? Improbabilities, mathematical improbabilities. Well, that's improbable, but is possible. So now you just using the word improbable, is that a word? Because if I can go to improbable, now I have a problem with Miami. Remind me of that word, Miami. I'll be back. Improbable with Miami. Miami improbable. I am. Yeah. So we're going to get back to 62 as well. I want to get back to that as well. I think it's, well, you know, it's also a little freaky. You know, what's also a little freaky is like I just put an onion in my sock. I just I just put an onion. See the onion in my sock? Right? My foot hurts. And I did it last time and it worked. And I did it the time before that and it worked. And I did it the time before that and it worked. So I got these like shocks, like this bad pain in my foot. How can I get a pain in my foot? Somebody told me I wasn't 18 anymore. I think we're 18 for life. I mean, I can prove it. We're 18 for life. If you see the rainbow come out, then you're 18 for life. This, okay, shows me 180 degrees. That means no matter where I go, it's always going to be 180 degrees, no matter what direction I go in. And it's split. It shows me I'm the 9 birth. On one side, it shows me 100. The other side, it shows me 80. I know communication begins here and goes all the way to 104. 4 times 20 is 80. 4 plus 20 is 24. So I end up at 104. That's communication. 10-4 in CB codes is part of the communication. It's part of the Harley Davidson communication. HD. HD. 4 times 20. Why is it that when you get 104, half of that is 52? So now we have Earth communication. We have to make it smaller. 5 times anything, or 5 used as half, makes everything smaller. 2 times anything makes it bigger, except when 2 comes to 5. When 2 comes to 5, it makes 2 look like 1. Well, it also makes 5 look like 1. And when 5 and 2 come together, it becomes part of the vibration. Why and how so? Well, 5 times 2 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. Between 1 and 5 is 2, 3, 4. That's your, I like to say it's your bird vibration. Why? The numeric value for bird is 33. The I and R are in the center. They're both evaluated as 9 and 9 to a Pythagorean count. R is the 18th letter, 180 degrees. Okay? 3 times 6, 3 plus 6 equals 18, and 9 creates the cross basis of creation of 18 and 9 equals 27, the house of Bet. Why 27, the house of Bet? BET equals to 27. That's where I got the first idea. Second thing is, it is the house of Bet. The B, okay, is noted to be on the outside, according to the cube. Although the B is the second letter, what encompasses it is 1, and 3 is what encompasses it. And you can see that right over here. But when you put it into the heart area, what is the B becomes in the heart. Life comes inside the heart because it becomes these two and these two that come together and encompass an area that didn't exist before, and now it exists. How is that possible? It didn't exist before, and now it exists. Too ironic that I pick up the stone and on the stone is number 2. If I held it like this, you would think it's the 7, right? So if it didn't exist before, see that? All you have to do is take this. It's an empty spot here, right? But once I plug it up this way, that 2 position, all these are the 2 position. Well, I have to hold it this way, 2 position. In the second level of the 2 position, right? It's an area space. Everything connects to this area space. Here's your heart, right? When the hearts come together, they join at the ocean. They create life and space between them. You can also look at this as a C. When it comes together, it becomes half and half. You can also plug it in this way if you want, and then plug in your bottom one here, but I don't want to run this that way. I'm going back to my hot water now. Oh, thank you, Mind Soul. Yeah, I'm gonna finish off with that 48, four triplicates or 3 quadruplets. So it's a triple bypass, or it's funny. It's funny. This is a funny thing. This is a funny thing, and I did this with the Mayan thing. So here I have one set of 4. Here I have one set of 4, right? And here I have 4 different sets of 1. 4 different sets of 1 automatically tell me about the heart of area space. 1 second. How come I'm not seeing this? Here's the 1. When the 1 is at the heart, call it 33. Now I got to get back to make that T, right? And I'm a little all over the place. I shouldn't be doing this. When you just have 1, when you have 4, you have this. And you have 1, you have 1 at the heart of everything that goes around it. So instead of looking at this and being a little mixed up, look at this. The same center area. But when I add the dimension on it, we get lost. Many things are shown to us in dimension. And as a flat face, you can already see what the rectangular is beginning to tell you. And it doesn't show you the back row. Rubik's Cube, right? There's Rubik's Cube, and then there's, hold on a second. I just wanted to bring one thing up before I take my break here. Background. I don't know. Maybe I'm just going to leave it like this while I go on the 2 minute break, and I might put on my that song. I don't know if you want to see a song or you want to learn about that. Just 1 second. Let me see this, this. I'm going to put my phone up here. Where's my phone? Here it is. I like that fire music. Then I'm going to try and answer all the questions, and I'm going to. Okay, I have to still read this. Okay, I'm just. I don't know what song to go back to. Just gonna play one song. We're gonna take Anybody Gotta Go to the Bathroom, the 1, the 2, the do, the 3. I don't know. What's this one? Oh, I like this one. Okay. See if I can put this out here. See, whoa, whoa, wow.
TikTok. Here's the update. Metaphors times the
I'm gonna see if I can get it in here without it falling down again.
Rest your soul, take a break, find some peace today. Like God who rested on the seventh, let the world drift away. The system's genesis begins with light. Power surges on, a word of code, let there be light. And the circuits hum along, from processors to pixels, the unseen trinity. The Father in the firmware, the Son in memory. Rest your mind, restore your heart, and let your burdens fall. In every place and every way, rest connects us all. Restore points echo Eden, a garden full repair. When errors fall like Adam's sin, redemption's always there. As manager, the angel's sword guards what can't return. But updates run like saving grace, so we don't crash and burn. From processors to pixels, the unseen trinity. The Father in the firmware, the Son in memory. Rest your mind, restore your heart, and let your burdens fall. In every place, in every way, rest connects us all. I stand, I rest on 17, standing and resting, says the horse, of course. The drivers are commandments, each one set to guide. The virus-like temptation must be cast aside. The Sabbath is the reboot where the soul can realign, and on the seventh day it rests, God's design. Divine updates are epistles sent to show the way. Fixing bugs, restoring truth, like prophets in their day. The system's Pentecost arrives, the Spirit breathes anew. Power flows, creation wakes, and life begins day two. From processors to pixels, the unseen trinity. The Father in the firmware, the Son in memory. Rest your mind, restore your heart, and let your burdens fall. In every place, in every way, rest connects us all. Rest your soul, take a break, find some peace today. The seventh day has ended, now it's time to press, play. This version blends the biblical story of creation, grace, and restoration with PC metaphors, offering a spiritual connection to the systems we use daily.
I'm coming back.
distortion blends the biblical story.
We got one more, just one more. Something different. I don't know where it is. I don't know which one I want to play. Let me see what this one is.
Einstein wired to the cosmic gold. In that dreams where the rivers flow. Darwin tripped through nature's frame. Hallucinations carved his name. Synapses firing pixels in the brain. Chemical circuits on a dopamine train. Ayahuasca's key, LSD's door. Unlocking realms we never saw before. Upload the stars, download the signs. Gigahertz pulsing through sacred lines. Realm of the soul, hard drive of time. Standing in the deacon zodiac mind. Feed the planet, process the flow. Ethernet veins where the data flows. Binary beats, analog skies. The universe lives where the circuit flies. Motherboard breathing with cosmic sparks. USB ports to the astral dark. Silicon dreams and psychedelic hues. Einstein's thoughts colored by the muse. Young archetypes, neurons collide. Firmware stitched to the spirit's guide. Darwin's theories, fractal bloom. Nature's code written in a mushroom. Einstein wired to the cosmic code. Young map dreams where the rivers flow. Darwin tripped through nature's frame. Hallucinations carved his name. Synapses firing pixels in the brain. Chemical circuits on a dopamine train. Ayahuasca's key, LSD's door. Unlocking realms we never saw before. Upload the stars, download the signs. Gigahertz flows through sacred lines. Realm of the soul, hard drive of time. Spinning in the deacon zodiac mind. Being the planets, process the flow. Ethernet veins where the data grows. Binary beats, analog skies. The universe lives where the circuit flies. Motherboard breathing with cosmic sparks. USB ports to the astral dark. Silicon dreams and psychedelic hues. Einstein's thoughts colored by the muse. Young archetypes, neurons collide. Firmware stitched to the spirit's guide. Darwin's theories, fractal bloom. Nature's code written in a mushroom. Motherboard breathing with cosmic sparks. USB ports to the astral dark. Silicon dreams and psychedelic hues. Einstein's thoughts colored by the muse. Young archetypes, process the flow. Ethernet veins where the data grows. Binary beats, analog skies. The cosmos codes where the circuit flies. Einstein boy, they remembered the Deacon Zodiac mind.
The Deacon Zodiac mind. Where did I find that word? What a beautiful word that was.
In a space, in cyberspace, where hallucinogen psychology, evolutionary universes, data streams are all part of the same system. This isn't a download, it's an upload from the roots through the spine to the cloud of the divine. Ping, ping. Did you hear it? It's always been online. DNA strands like fiber optic light. Chromosomes coded in cosmic bytes. Read the modem, mind the screen. Visions pixelate in a lucid dream. RAM reboots, thoughts realign. Crashing through the firewalls of time. Every heartbeat syncs with the stars. We've always been connected from afar. Upload the stars, download the signs. Megabytes marching through ancient. Einstein wired to the...
So if you want to know where the song came from, you're going to have to speak to the good Lord. I breathed in my breath, and I took the doctor's advice, and I rested, right? And the day of rest is always the seventh day. It's a day of reflection. We can always start over and decide which is our seventh day. What is the importance of the seventh day for myself? Number one, when it comes to the Mayans, what did they think? And why should I believe them? And who are the ones who read the encryptions on the emojis that came up onto these zodiacs? Should I show you? I like to keep my face in this at the same time. Maybe I can show you over here, right over here, what the Mayans did. Our 7 days a week, our 7 days a week over here, right? I wish I can just do this and wait a second, my thumb's on the wrong side. So how can I zoom this in and show me at the same time? Okay, so you can see, I wish I can hold my camera over here. How can I hold my camera? Because I want to see me. I need to see me. I feel so much better when I see me. Let me see if I can do this. I'm soon going to drop it, and I soon won't be able to see anything. So anyways, I'll turn this around. I don't have to see me. So, I mean, I just want to show you the basis of how close we are to this. But you know what? Like I said, I'm all over the place. So let's finish one thing at a time. Okay. I was reading, who I was reading off was Mind Soul 2. Thank you. Yes, I've followed you before. Very complicated, but very true. I had to leave the channel many times. Too much information, right? It just all sank. For those who don't know, Mind Soul 2. I'm not going to say that it's complicated to understand, because one of the things is I don't know the Bible at all, nothing, zero. I only begin to know it when somebody talks about it, and then I relate it to numbers, and I can see what's happening within the words. So when I'm on the channel and I'm watching, I'm going, that works out, that works out. And what he works on, why I got so intrigued, because I have basically this book. This is one of my first books I ever started with in 2005. I haven't read a word. But when I was with these other gentlemen in the same house together, in fact, the house, I mean, I was in one of the better houses because they even put a letter outside my house, and everybody knew where to find my house. They knew where it was. It was the gateway letter, of course. It was a gateway letter. It was the letter H. You put a big H in front of my house. So, and H can be for hotel, right? H can be for hotel. And H is also hospital. And I call it a gateway house because 2 times 4 equals to 8, right? 2 times 4 equals to 8. Is there any other way to get to 8? Oh, look at that. Someone's calling me. Could someone call this number back and tell me who it is? Because they just keep calling me all the time. I have no idea who it is, you know? And then you answer, check what happens. Let's see what happens.
Aucun agent ne peut répondre à votre appel en ce moment.
You know what they say? Nobody can answer your call. Let me tell you what happened a couple of months ago, like a year ago. I shouldn't even tell you, so I'll tell you half the story. Half the story is I didn't pay for something, and then I no longer wanted it. So instead of canceling it, I sort of sent back a few messages that sort of canceled it, but I'm quite sure I'm completely 100% wrong and didn't cancel it at all. But they canceled it on me. And since I made the first payment, it should have covered up the totality because it was 3 out of 12 months and I made 3 out of 12-month payments, so it should have canceled on its own. But apparently it didn't. Then I went ahead and I switched my insurance company from one company to the other because it was half price. And they were supposed to call them and they didn't call them, so they made me a charge. They charged me for something that I didn't do. So now they want me to pay them for something I never bought. So instead of them calling back and negotiating, there is no negotiating. Never bought it. Take it off the list. I didn't do it. There's more laws for why you have to pay something you didn't buy than there are laws for something you want to return, but you can only get a buyback in the house guarantee, which means you have to take something from the same house. I'm like going, okay, I showed up at the farmer and I told the farmer, I mentioned to the farmer, I said, your eggs were bloody yesterday. And the farmer comes up to me and they say to me like this, Frank, your name is on the list, Frank. What do you mean my name's on the list? Frank, your name is on the list. What does that mean? Frank, all the people in town know that whatever you tell them, okay, it's the complete opposite. So if you tell me that, I think you're coming here to give me, to honor me about how beautiful my eggs are. And I want to thank you, right? Because anytime you come and tell anybody anything about something that's wrong, okay, no one's ever going to believe you. You're like the wolf, or you're like the boy who cried wolf. Now, why would the boy cry wolf? Why would the boy cry wolf? So let's bring that on for another story. I have to go back and finish with number 62. Number 62, many, many, many years ago when I first began, somebody said there was a story about the numbers. I think it was 22, 6, 22, or 26, 62, or 6, 22, 6. I think your live is flagged for personal information. Repeated violations could result in your live being discontinued. Submit feedback. I put in my live does not. You want me to? I got flagged for personal information. Let me see this background here. So, hey, that's me. Look at that. Wow. Oh my God. It's really me. We caught him. We caught him off camera. Look at that. An impersonator. That's crazy. Somebody's trying to impersonate me. I think we have to. What do we do? How do we catch this imposter? Same hat. That's crazy. Wow. Hey, guy in the background, how you doing? Oh my God. Guess what? When things like this happen, okay, when things like this happen, that I see this, we know that we're in the house of bait because we're seeing a relapse. So yes, so what this is let me show you what's down at the bottom. This is what was sent to me. So is it something I said? Can somebody see this? Okay, I'm still not sure why I got this decision too strict. So anyways, I just mailed that back. And now I'm just lost. Hold on. Are you Kabbalah? I'd like to be everything. I want to learn everything. I like Kabbalah. I like the Ka 111, Ba 21. Now you got LL, which is 3318. So it's funny and ironic because Allah is the end of Kabbalah. Kabbalah is supposed to be a baby calf is a Kabbalah. Abba is supposed to be father with two B's. Why only one B? Because this is part of the father within the creation. ABA, with inside the creation, with inside the energy is the father. 1, 2, 1. When you have 1, 2, 1, you can also look at this as 1, 5, 1. 1 times 2, 1 plus 2 is 2 and 3 equaling to 5. But it's not for that. It's that in between 1 and 2, the halfway point is 5. In between two of the same numbers, a halfway point is always going to be 5. So this one here is 2113. So that would be 515. Exactly like I said, the W 21121 is 515. It's exactly what I was saying. right? And then there's the other one, right? In this situation, you have three areas. You would still have three areas even if you used only three numbers. Using that there's two numbers, you're acknowledging, okay, that it's a 10, right? When there's two numbers, now this is where I get complicated sometimes. When there's one number, I think it's the one number in the center and one number here, one number here. I never like to take the one number for the number itself, other than saying one is like a knife and it can split two sides apart. And I'm going back a ways right now. There are a bunch of zodiac signs. If you take all the zodiac signs, like I'm looking at Forbidden right now, and if you take all the zodiac signs, there are a bunch of letters that are not mentioned. I'm not sure if this is what you're talking about in this instance over here. Ignored that childish mindset. English. I'm speaking English. Song is the goodest of things. Followed the live create. I'm just going back to look at everything that went on. Hi, Michelle. That's a name. Is Sophia or Yahweh? I like to look at Sophia as part of something that's half. Phi is with inside the word. So what is it a question of what is rotating? It is the birth that is rotating within the seventh gate, within the energy. Why do I say this? The P is the 16th letter. The H is the 8th letter. The I is the 9th letter. Okay. The I, the 9th letter, just like the I is what is split, what holds together the two parts. When A splits, the I is at the center of that split, that it split. When the A does split, creates its house, the I goes to the center of the A in Sophia. So that's your 9 birth, born between the two signs. So when I'm talking about 616, even though it's a split house, you as one are that birth between that split house. Are you born directly on the split? Are you on one side of the split? Do I need to move all the zodiac signs over to show where you crown your split, moving everybody to the position of Libra, more or less? Well, that wouldn't actually be just Libra. I think it would be Cancer and Gemini are in the same corridor. There's also a similar corridor that happens between Libra and Virgo. But Virgo is going to be connected to the same area as Cancer, 4, 5, 6. Yes, it's in the trinity of 4, 5, and 6, right? It's on the same level, part of the federation. That 4, 5, and 6, right? Part of that federation. Now the 7 and the 6, they tie up together. Remember I said 3 like 4, 6 like 7? Well, 6 and 7 is 13, 3 and 4 is 7. So the lower world is 7, the upper world is 13. They're the same. That 13 equals to 7, but in a different area, space of life. Same, equality. In fact, everything around the 5 is a story. For some reason, we never use the 5, and the world we live in is the E world. So what does that mean? Remember, the 5 lives inside a 9. 9, okay, is the birth inside the E world. I'm just trying to see if I'm being understood. 3 times 3, 3 plus 3. 3 times 3, 9. 3 plus 3, 6 sides of 9. The birth in your rotation. Happy birthday. 22 is your birthday. This is your 22 birthday. There are 9 area spaces per side, but on every side you might see a different number of the 9 set up and organized in a certain aspect, connected differently. 33 is the opposite of 44. 33 represents, if you like Isaac, Ishmael, and Abraham, you're going to like number 33. Holding the vibration within Isaac, but without Ishmael there, right? And all of this has to do because of Abraham, Sarah, and Hagar. Without these three elements, there is nothing else. Because from Abraham, okay, we divided Abraham, and the two houses become Sarah and Hagar. The first house that was built, okay, from Abraham was Islam. Why am I saying Islam? Because of Ishmael was the firstborn, right? But wait. I'm not talking about the primary house. I'm not talking about Abraham's father. Now, if you want to go to Abraham's father, the houses change again. And they keep changing between fathers and brothers. The father is number 7. It becomes the pole. The mother is 28. It becomes the communication. You have the communication between the father and the mother. The communication ends up inside the brotherhood. I say this because of the numeric values that are dictated towards these words. I don't hear anybody saying anything. And in fact, I don't even find these words anymore. What happened to the father, the brother, and the mother? Wow, I turned the page. Don't turn the page on me. Hold on a second. Here it is. Because I'm behind like 20 pages. Father is number 7. Mother is number 28. What do you think brother is? Anybody want to take a guess what brother is? It goes like this. The father is 7, the mother is 28, the brother is 35. So I now connected the FM to the B. See the father, the mother, and the brother? 6 plus 1. The A and the F on a cube, first and last, which means the A will switch into the F on the opposite side of the cube. So instead of going 1 through 6, you'll be going 2 through 6 and end up with the F instead of the A plane position here. It'll have to take up position somewhere in the center of all of this. So we will begin at B and then go to F will be 2 and 6 inside of this over here. The next one is mother, the 13th letter and the 15th letter for M-O. M is also noted to be 3 worlds. I use it this way because of Roman numerals. The letter M equals 1,000. When I say number 13, like I spoke before, we are the king, the crown, the 13th card in the deck. We are part of the spirit that got crowned between the 2 sets of zodiac, 6 and 6 zodiac signs. So it becomes 6, 6, and 6 to the 6 zodiac signs of 12, in which we associate another 6. We become the part of the zodiac sign, right? Do we recreate more zodiac signs? Should there be only 10 zodiac signs or 9, right? And coming into this world where we connect 3 more zodiac signs because of our birth. We connect the 13th moon, a zodiac sign that's mentioned as Orpheus. And Orpheus is already telling you within the word, it's going to say orphan. It's a moon descent. It is part of phi. It is part of pi, and it's a continuous rotation of energy and life bestowed onto you every single day as your life is renewed for every breath you take amongst the night that when you sleep, your heart still beats on its own. Thank the Lord for this reality. I spoke before and I didn't finish something that everything passes through five. When everything passes through five, I'm just going to mark this quick. It's going to be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Even when you play the game of Yum, right? You only end up with 5 dice in the game of Yum, and you can get 6, 12, 18, 24, and 30. The sixth part of your creation is the 30 and the 25 because there are no fives. There are no fives. You only get to play 4, right? The fifth one is the answer to the first 4, right? Take it for this 5, 10, 15, 20. The next one is only going to be the answer. So if you went with 5 and you got the 20, 25 would be the answer to this. 5 and 2 are 7. This is where that element, yes, I've said before that the most we can go to is 3 opposite sides of the cube. But when the cube gets plugged in, you have 1 on the top, 4 on the side. That's your 5. Your 3 would end up being your heart, your major 3. So there's many ways. What is the actual number in the center? But the reality is we have 5 sides. What would be the heart? Well, it should be number 3. At the same time, we know this area over here is 5. Well, the center of this is 5. These 9 areas and these 9 areas are identical. So when I'm talking about 5, my first area of 5 is the letter E. The second 5, which would be 10, would be the letter J. The third 5 would be the letter O. The fourth 5 would be the letter T. Oh, I did get 5 fives. The fifth 5 would be the letter Y. It was the sixth one. Sorry, I've made a mistake. It was the sixth one. It's the 6 ones that gets plugged. You do get to have 5, right? When we work with these numbers, sometimes you can't find these numbers. So we have to create situations where we do find these numbers. So we do have 25 in the alphabet. But when working with number 6, right, and we have 5 dice, I don't have 30 in the alphabet. But I do have 30 if I'm talking about the months. I do have 30 if I'm talking about 360 degrees or what I need to complete a yard. Yard is a word that we use. We use it in football and professional sports, right? The PRO versus the AME. Soul is with the AME. It is a French word. It is said AME, like in the word game, but instead of game, okay, it's AME. When you say game hunting, or somebody mentioned fox hunt, within the fox and the hunt, the word hunt is 63. Our creation is number 3663. We are the students. In the word hunt is the heavens. It is the gateway. What are they doing with the H letter? What is the H letter? I saw the H letter many times in Mashiach. The word Mashiach says the H twice, once in French, once in English. Ash is a French word. H is an English word. When they say Mashiach, they're saying HH. They're saying 88. Now there's 88 constellations. The borderline or the framework of the game or the ring in the game of Monopoly. In the game of Monopoly, the ring, which means the place where the properties are and the corners are, okay? I like to also look at it as possibly the framework. In that framework, So in the framework, it's right over here. So let me make that. Did I get that small enough? No. So it's right here. The center heart. If you look at tic-tac-toe, if you look at your telephone, you're going to just see the center 9 areas, right? That center area, okay, is either number 1 or number 169. 13 by 13, just like the 13 moons. It's 616 to the center and out to the other side of the board. If I build the board from this corner, or I build the board from this center, the corner, let it be the window of Mars, let it be Windows 88. Let it be 88,022. 4 by 22 is 88. 22 is ape. 88 is the 4 by 22, the 4 monkeys of creation. See the way the towers, the way they plug in, right? Plugs in 4. This is a short line. The other ones are railroads, R&R, 18 and 18. 18 is the biggest you can get. So if you're going to 36, you have created a bigger house. The thing is, we went to 1440 minutes. So we've expanded or shrank the house by more than 5. So when you see the orange, those are all the train tracks. When you count the borderline, you see the corner over here, it'll take up 4 area spaces. When you go from corner to corner, right, corner to corner, it's going to take up 26 area spaces. 26 on one side, 26 on the other side, okay, is 52. And then you have the center, 18 and 18. So you have 52 and 36. Can we say 52, 36 match the piano? If we count from here and we stop over here and don't touch the corner, it becomes 22, 22, 22, 22. The 6th one over here is a railroad. The 16th is a railroad, 1 and 6, 7. The 26th is a railroad right over here. There's another 26. 2 times 6, 2 plus 6 equals to 12 and 8. And we'll now reflect this. There are 8 corners and there are 12 over here. Here's one section, here's one section, here's one section, here's one section. And you do that 3 times, you end up with 12 and 8, 20. And then you end up with the unity part. What is the unity part? All the singularity. There are 6 singularities in here. 6 singularities that connect the total area spaces of 27. 6 and 21, right, equals U and F. U and F, 6 and 21. Everything ends at 21. Now, when you get to the second side of the alphabet, right, the 360-degree alphabet, the 360-degree alphabet begins at 6 and ends at 31. What ends at 21? The cube ends at 21. Can I advance the cube? Can I advance the cube and all the numbers to give me something more rational about this cube? Since there's 54 area spaces, right, I want to take the 6 sides and advance them to where, what should I do? What should I do? It's 54. Where should I begin? If it's 54, right, I have 6 sides. Should I be doing 49, 50, 51? Like, I'm trying to find the center of the alphabet. I need to find, no, the center of the cube. No, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Oh yes, I never did this one. 1 through 54 equals to 55. Wow, your sky pass. I call this the sun cube. The numeric value for the cube is number 54. So we're going to have to talk about the sun cube, and I still have to go back and answer some questions. And again, back to number 62, 6, 22, 6, 88 constellations. 88 is purple. 62 is part of not only just 62, but we're going to use the word 6 equals to 52. So it's one of the 7th gates. It's the one that makes things bigger and smaller. So I'm assuming that this one is also within our birth and our communication, changing between the imperial to the metric system. 2 equals to 58. The total equals to 110. So 110 we know is like 11. So we know it's the house of Vet. It's communication between two towers. When they switched to the one tower, they built 104 floors. So this is now a ham radio communication. Before, on the towers before, right? If they were building a tower, did they have two antennas too close to each other? Right? Were they the rabbit ears at 110? Or did it turn into now ham radio communication? Because usually when you put up one building, you put up a singular antenna, but you put 104 floors. So that's going to be talking to Roger Rabbit. What this means is the rabbit is number 52. The word 6 is number 52. So you've now, with your 6, number 52, you now extended to the rabbit, which is 2 antennas. And the rabbit has a stamp. And I'm going to show you the rabbit stamp. Here's the rabbit stamp. When a rabbit sits down in the snow, it stamps out a mark for its tail, for its 2 back legs, and then its 2 front legs. The rabbit says I and I. It's communication between 9 and 9. Your rabbit is number 52. 52 is the 24-hour days to the 28-day moon cycle. When I mentioned before that there's the same gateway between which is what I spoke about before, is that the 3 and 4 and the 6 and 7, they're just doubling up. The lower world, the upper world, right? Although the divided 7th gate is here, it's through the 24-hour day. This is 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 creates 8 and 6. That's your dividing gate between the heavens. But everything is 6. When you're awake and when you're asleep, right? Here's a total of 9. When you're awake, okay, you use these 3. When you're asleep, you use these 3 over here. So your head is here and your feet are here, right? See the 2 corners you're connected to? And when you're awake, okay, you're connected here, okay, and here, here, and here, here, and here. You see the way you're connected to this outside source here? So when you do it, when you go to sleep at night and your head can be here and your feet can still be here, right? But when you're asleep at night, right, you're here, here, and here. You've connected these corners already. When you're awake, you're here, connected into here, connected into here. So you only use 3 and 3 and 1 when you're awake, or 3 and 3 and 1 when you're asleep. Although I used 7 and 7, 4, right? Although I use 7 and 7, 14, I'm only going to use either this 7 or this 7. I'm only going to use how many out of 14, right? I'm going to use 9 out of 14 total, because I'm going to use it twice, right? Although there's a total of 9, I'm going to use 3, 3. I'm going to use 7 and 9 or 7 and 9. When number 7 and 9 is the mother. 9 is the birth. 7 is the mother. It's the gateway. Why would the 7 be the mother when 7 is noted to be the father? The word mother equals to 79. Well, why did I just say 2 minutes ago that mother was number 28? In this situation, In this situation, what I wasn't showing you is what I'm doing because these three come together. They all end in THER, THER, THER. THER equals to 28 and 23, 51. TH is what begins at fourth. Do you remember I said 104 is communication? Right? 104 is communication. 10-4, Roger Rabbit, get your ears on. THER equals to 51. Your vibration is 234. Remember that. It's a bird vibration, 234. The difference between the FA, the MO, and the BRO is this number here. It took the father and the mother to equal to the numeric value of the brother. It just so happens that the heart of the cube meets at 3.5. This is both going to represent, the 3 is going to be represented by Aquarius. It's going to be the pole of Aquarius. Call it the pole of Aquarius. 1 times 1, 1 plus 1 will then equal to what runs into Pisces and keeps Pisces afloat. Something to do with Pisces and male. This is an 8. 1 times 2, 1 plus 2 is 3 and 2 equaling to 5, communication. 1 times 1, 1 plus 1 will equal to 1 and 2 equals to 3. The 1 and 2, 3, the 12, 21 is inside of Pisces. It's the end of Pisces. We're back into Aquarius. Is that correct? We're back into 11. We're back into the birth creation in the divided house of the mother, the two mothers of Sarah and Hagar, where the two sons are inside the house. One plane part of the spirit, we're bringing information to the spirit, and the other plane part of the soul, where Ishmael is part of the soul within, carrying it amongst the oceans of Aquarius. How can we mix Ishmael, okay, to number 5? I need Ishmael become something to do with the energy coming from the sun, or a negative running between the oceans. I'm going to show you that picture where it comes in. So this one, other, equals to 66. Counting 1 through 11 equals to 66. It happens both in the mother and in the brother, playing into the 11th house. 66 of the zodiac signs are going to fit between the mother and the brother. But if you look at the 7 and count it to the same fact, you will have 4 times 7 equaling to the mother of zodiac signs, where the brother reduces into the gateway of the moon, right? By virtue of the father, the breath gives you the capabilities to pass through that moon into mother's house. Your vibration in each one of the 3 houses are 51. Noted to be what is the puck, noted to be what is Mars, noted to be what is the vibration, but the opposite side of the puck, the opposite side of the 51 puck becomes the 62. And look at that. The words stick and queen are both 62. The queen is holding on to the joystick and controlling the puck. The puck is the PCU running in through the mother, the father, and the brother, running in through the cycles of our moon. This is a plug-in. This 35 is part of the plug-in. This is the 7th gate. This plug-in over here, why is it a plug-in? The numeric value for electric moon is 5775. 3 and 7 equals to 10. 5 and 5 equals to 10. What does 10 do? It sets up rings. Every time you take out the protractor, okay, and you create a ring, call it a 10. Okay, create the ring. You want to call the ring 360? Let's call it half and half. We can call it the 12 zodiac signs, but something that we can never change, and I'm not finished with mindful, if you're still here, is we can't change this actuality. In this actuality, it's 7 days. 7 days a week, and if you take a look at the 7th day where 999 is, we're born on the 6th day. We connect to one spirit. We create 999. We create that 7th day. The same way we create the 13th moon. Look at the top. See 1 and 3, the 313 cycles that we run. The 313 cycles that we run. 7 by 142,857. If you take your calculator now and calculate pi, pi is that same numeric value. It's everything divided by 7, but they run it at 22. They run the same number at 22. Did I do that right? One, 4, 2, right? We'll pick this up. 142,857. What? Where did the phone go? 142,857. Check this out. 9 divided by 7 equals 128. Check that out. 9 ends up right over here. 9 ends up right here. 9 ends up in the B house. 8 ends up in the A house because it's a split heaven. The birth shows up right over here. This is where Mars shows up. If you do it on this side, it's not the same thing, right? The 9 birth, okay, to the 12. See, your birthday runs in 12 months. You begin your 13th year, okay, at number 13. When it shows up inside of you, that's when you re-begin your birthday. The A1 is the split house. Again, if I run by the split house, I'd be splitting the house right over here. Do you see this over here, what this is? E, F, G, and H. That when you split 999,999 by the 13 moons, right? E, F, G, and H, you can see they're all red. Well, take a look at the numbers, 384615. The next one is 461538. The next one is 538461. The next one is 615. So you see how they rotated all the numbers? They moved 3 into the 4th position, back to the 2nd position, into the 4th position, right? Now, when you look at H and I, it's 692307, right? Go back to the first one, okay? The first, the third, the fourth, the 9th, the 10th, and the 12th, they're all the same. They fit all the same categories. Now what we're going to do next is we're going to go A, C, and D. We're going to go 1, 3, and 4. And we're going to see 1, okay, is within the fire. 3 is within the air. 4 is in the water. Now we're going to come to the bottom side. And we're going to see I, J, and L. Well, I is going to be 9. So that was just like A. Okay, J, right, is going to be 10. And J is going to be, look at that. They took I and J together. They had A, C, and D. They didn't use 2 and 6 and 10. Did they use 10? Yeah, J is 10. J is 10, 2, 6, and 10. So A, J, just going to look at it. A, E, and I. A, E, and I. Okay, that's good. And then a B, F, and J. So B, F, and J. Okay. And then they went on and did they did 3, 7, and 11. So we have 3. You see C and D come together, 3 and 4 come together, and then 9 and 3 and 4 come together. So let me point this out so you'll see where I'm going. So we have 3 and 4 coming together. See these two? And I and J. So 3, 4, 9, 10. So here's your 3, 4. Here's your 9, 10. So you can see what happened. These two came together in the lower side. These two came together on the upper side. So I don't know what's happening right here. I'm just trying to take a look at it right now. And then we had the third one. So we had 1 came together over here. 1, 3, 4. So 1 here with 3 and 4 here. 1, 3, 4. And then we came to 9, 10, and 12. So 1, 3, 4, 9. Look at that. 10 was included over here. And then 12 is included over here. So this is, you see that? We included the 4 already.
Did I get that right? Yeah, I included the 4 already. Now I add in one of these. Now, when I go to the B section over here, I added in just B and then E through H and K. So B and K is 2 and 11, right? Look, earth and air are the extremities. So there has to be a reason for that. And when then earth and air are the extremities, we have to look where earth and air are the extremities with. They're with Taurus, okay, which is the first sign in their zone. That's why I put first. I don't know if it has anything to do with it, but just showing you that there's just 3 within each house, okay. Let me see where I am with this. B, I went with B. So I'm over here. And then that would be a fixed sign. So I'd be starting off with a fixed sign. And then I would jump off to 5, 6, 7, and 8. So I'd go to 5, okay, another fixed sign. I go to 6, I go to a mutable sign, I go to a cardinal sign, and then back to a fixed sign. And then when I end, back to a fixed sign. So 2, 5, 8, 11. 2, 5, 8, and 11. So look at that. All the fixed signs are used in the 13 moons with inside of this number scheme, right? They're all going to be included, but it's how they're included. Now what we're going to do next is I'm going to go to the second symbol. I'm going to go back to 1, right? Do you understand what I just did? 5, 6, 2, 5, and 8. So we have 2 red, 5 red, 8 red, and 11 red. So I used them all up. Now we didn't use 6 and 7. So 6 and 7 is going to be used right here. So we have one of these mutables, one of each encompassed inside the fixed. This MC, and these two are also Roman numerals, right? 11, they represent 11, and this is 6. 6 and 13 is 19 equals to 22 for the first letter. Air is number 28. Fire is 38. So when you were talking about your 62 before, I wanted to go over that also, not to forget about that. I don't know if it's here, the 62, but I'll put it here. No. No, I'm going to have to go back to the cat's communication also. But 62 is going to rotate with 48, so it rotates with the sun. It rotates with 16. This is the block cycle. I like to call this the block cycle. The 8 and 8 block, where we have 2 area spaces, right, moving inside another area space. Let's say I have this area space here, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, right? And I've got 2 area spaces, both of them somehow harmonizing with the center area space. Let's say this one will be a 5 by 5, and the other one inside will be a 3 by 3 area space, and then there would be a 4 by 4 area space, which might just be energy, taking up that energy space and having these cubes move inside each other. But I always have to remember there's a heart area within inside the space. If I have both areas move, it needs enough space so they don't cut the corners, or that might be the reason they cut the corners in the cards. Right, you see that W over here? We need to cut corners, otherwise I can't rotate in my own area space if they're both plugged up to this. There's nothing here. These two come in with a cut corner. This comes in with 8. This one comes in with 8, and they both plug up and create a 1 area, an empty, voided space. When you come and you breathe in your first breath, right? It was once the umbilical cord. Okay, so that was the water world versus the air world. It seems like in the water world versus the air world, right? Something like that. Why? For the breath you take, you come out of 6, but you have your 9 water world, right? Until you connect the complete zodiac signs, but it's not really just 6. It becomes 6 and 6. and 6 and 6 becomes the 4 sixes. I forget why. Yeah, it's 888, right? Or it's 6666 equals 24, equals 24. It's all about the 3 and the 4. So what I did here is I created 10 from both of them. Why do I need to create 10? I need to create 10 because when you create your protractor and begin the flower of life, right? The first circle, okay, it's your first square, okay, that's going to create your 10. X is going to mark the spot. X is going to mark the spot. But 10 is the heart, okay, of dividing up an area space. So you take your protractor, you start from the 10th position. The 10th position will show you everything that's around it. Now you can square it off. Now you have your area space of 10. And like I was going to mention yesterday. So anyways, yes, so this is one of the reasons for 10. Also, because you connect the 191 world, the 3 7, the 4 6, and the 2 8, you connect all your 10s, right? And what are you connecting to? You're connecting to the 7th world. Where's that 7 world? Your 1 and your 6, your 2 and your 5, your 3 and your 4. This calculator, you might have 9, but you don't need, it's not that you don't need, but once you count 1, 2, 3 equals to 6, if I plugged up to an empty space over here, I would add 4 onto the next one over here equals to 10. So is it because 1 comes into the game with 4 automatically? Is that what it is? Or does 1 come in with 6, like above is below, right? And then you have 2 areas here and 2 areas here. I'm just asking myself a bunch of questions. But in this scenario, what you actually have, right, is you have this area over here of 3 coming over here and plugging this area here of 4. Now you have 4. This is 1 square. When you do the Earth square, you go all around the center. And you go 1, 2, 3, and your 4th one is over here. There's 4 on one side. And there's 4 on the other side. And now, this is going to tell me what I'm going to do. It's going to tell me 1 is opposite of 6. So 1 and 6 are over here. Then it's going to tell me 3 is opposite of 4. And that's over there. Now I'm going to see 5 is opposite of 2. What about 7, 8, 9? Well, they all equal to 7. And every single side, as you can see, is 9. You can see it right here, 8 with 1 missing. 8 with 1 missing. So what are we going to do? Since it's 9 and 1 missing, right? We're going to have 4 to the bottom and 4 to the top. The bottom area, 1, 2, 3, 4 equals to 10. The top area, 6, 7, 8, 9 equals to 30. The lower area is 10. The upper area is 30. Number 13 joins everything together through number 5. Right? You know what's funny? This says the word ace. It's also the orange ball and pool. 1, 13, and 5 is both the stripes and the solid. It also says the word sun. So right away, because it shows the word sun, okay, I now look at it as 13 and 14. To the 13.5 is in between. Well, guess what? It's A through M and N through Z. And this is a split in the alphabet. It's the split of 13, where the average of the alphabet is this. And this is how the Mayan calendar or Sanskrit or timing works in that same. And so does our deck of cards. And I'm going to bring that to you in a few minutes. We're going to take a few minutes off maybe bring somebody up. I know I forgot to mention something, and I want to go back. I have 56 messages. I want to go back through this book as well, and I need to stop speaking for a minute. So, so yeah, let's see who. Oh, and we're 13 here. So I'm going to say, who should I say hello to? I wonder if you can see this yourself. See them? Those are all of you that are here. I don't know if we can see this. Let's see. Oh, I lost it. Can everybody see themselves? Look at that. There you are. So everybody knows who's here. If anybody's hiding, you're not hiding anymore. You're not hiding anymore. There you go. All of us. So yeah, we're going to just take 2 minutes. I just need to breathe. Maybe I'll just turn this around. Maybe take you for a walk. Looks pretty cool during the day. You know what I'd like to be able to do? I wish I can. I did this the other day where I can put on my a camera that can show. Wow, I disappeared for a minute. Okay, let's look and see what everybody has said. Just gonna be quiet. Maybe put on a little songy or something. Commercials, other things we have to remember, words that are being used. It's all about words that we're indoctrinated with these words over and over and over. And how do we get out of this by knowing that there's more of a depth, right? In order to tell the stories I tell, and I don't think I spoke very much. I'm just going to go over again. Number 62, number 62 and 22 go together. Number 62 and 29 go together. So there's a birth, there's a crowning in the house, there's a birth in the house of Bet through the seventh gate. Number 29, in Monopoly, right? In Monopoly, the game of Monopoly. The game of Monopoly, the 13th area is right here. But it's not the 13th area for anybody, just the 13th area for those inspecting the game, but not for those who play. For those who play, this is area 12. This one over here, for those who play, okay, it's not area 28. For those who play, it's area 28, cycle of the moon, right? Also known as waterworks. But for those who test the game, this is number 29. So when waterworks and electric company work over here, you can have the big bang through the waterworks and the electric company. We're going to have that light 10-9, light 10-9, right? Light 10-9, light Capricorn and light Sagittarius. Bring the egg to the sperm. Bring the 90 together. 90 together. So I don't remember a lot of things that I say sometimes, and a lot of things come back through questions that are being asked. So right now I'm just going to, you know how far back I am with questions? I'm as far back as creator. Check the place if letters we place it in the box. Check the place if letters we place in the box. I have to check that out. Yeah, Ibis, you're like so much okay, 62 and 38. I'm getting back to that. I think I forgot about that. I like to call it the Trinity, the creation heaven. 1 times 1, 1 plus 1 is 2 and 2 and 1. So I like to call that the male house is opened up. There's a birth within the house. It's Aquarius. Number 3 is Aquarius. 30 is for creation. It's the bringing together of both 10 and 20, bringing together the trinical system. I think I marked this out before.
Just to let you know that our entire alphabet, all the numbers contain 3 letters, except for I and R are only 2. So there's only 2 in the I and R house, right? There's only 2 in the I and R house. So should I and R only be multiplied by 2? So 2 by 18 is 36, and 2 by 9 is 18, and every other letter be multiplied by 3? Or anything multiplied by 3 has to do with the other parts of the house? The difference between 3 and 4, the difference between 3 and 8 is there are 3 lines. All 3 of these lines equal to 6. But all of these are happening here. This is the complete connection of this. But you can't connect them all. Here's all of them, but you don't connect them all. You either leave a gap here and a gap here. So if you do this one, it becomes 26 and 26, 52, leaving 36 open over here. This is your Monopoly board. Your Monopoly board has 88 that goes around it, or 88 in the constellation. It happens on the 6th area out here. Why? Because there's one area that separates the entire board from going around, and it's this area over here. Now the question is, this is jail. This is go directly to jail. It's the 31st and the 11th area. Yeah, inside the house of it, 20 and 11 equals to 31. There's your 11. There's your 31, 42. 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 to the 7th gate. Here's your 7th gate, 616, 616, all to the heart. Here's your 13. This is your 13. When you put 4 games together, this one I like to call Isaac. You remember I was talking about the letter R before? Here's R and R living under the capstone, right? The capstone of Leo. Should Leo be the capstone? Because Leo, right, as the capstone, we have to look at the capstone has to be the ocean. Maybe it's a sea lion of some sort. Why does the capstone have to be the ocean? That's the ocean area. That's a docking area. So that also can be related if it's outside the game. It can also be noted to be inside the game. Just lost my other piece over here. See the singular dot over here? Do you remember the other game before? Well, the other game starts here. See the 4 area, the 1 area, and the 4 area? This is the same game as before. This is from railroad track to railroad track. This is bringing in this one into this game. It's bringing in 1, 2, 3 more games into this game over here. Is anybody following me with this? And in the singular game here, let me see if I can do this. And I think I have it on the on my screen over there anyways. So I'm just going to see if I can open this book. We're going to get back to 38 again. Here and here. You see the 4? Yeah, this is, I wanted to send my owner this picture. Nice and clean, the parking lot. Every parking lot I see, nice and clean. Now you come down to my parking lot, you see this, looks clean, right? That's a foot of ice. That's a foot of ice. Somebody want to call my owner? So here it is. So look, see that dot? That's the dot in the center. Let me see. See the dot in the center? This is the dot in the corner. This is the dot in the center. See the outside here, 4 area? That's the 4 area in the corner. I brought 4 games together with this one.
When I look at this one, to surround this one, it takes 8 areas. The usage of area to go around here will be 3, then it'll go down 3, 3, 3. Although it's 3, 3, 3, 3, 12, it's actually only 8. You see what happens when you go 3, 3, 3, 3, 12? It's only 8. Overlapping, right? From the outside to the inside. Zodiac signs that aren't in use right now, but you still see them. Pretty weird, eh? When you're asleep and when you're awake. So here's the 4 area. To go around the 4 area, the center of this area, if you take a look, it's a dividing fine line. Number 1 area cuts through it. You have going around 4, you have 4, 2, 4, 2, 4. Dividing of that 7th gate, or is that known to be the 7th gate? 4 areas, 4, 4, 4. 16 over here. 16 over here includes the heart, or 12, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12 and 4. This is going to remind me of the purple ball in pool. The purple ball in pool is 4 and 12. 12 is 1 and 2 equals to 3. Since it's a double digit, I'm going to multiply it and add it. 1 times 2, 1 plus 2, it becomes 5. What was once 12 is now 5, and the sun is enlightened between the two. That's right. The sun gets enlightened in the solid. I call this one a solid. Over here, I call this one a stripe. Why? Because it's one area, okay, that individualizes everything. This one joins everything. Here is a 3. This one is a 3 area connected to a 4 area, a 3 connected to a 4, a 3 connected to a 4, and a 3 connected to a 4. 3, 4, 3, 4, 3, 4, 3. Communication center in the same house. This one will be a 1, 1, 1, 1, or noted as 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 2, 1, 3. What does this mean also? This is going to create a 27 area space, 3 by 3 by 3 if it became cubic. This will be 4 by 4 by 4 of 64 area space, or let's just call it 1/8 of half the memory. Or is that all of memory? The 512 memory bank. And I think we're going to take a 2 or 3 minute break. I'm going to be looking at all the questions during this break. I'm going to be sitting here with you. I'm just going to just take 1 minute to go over to my kettle. I want to read through everything. If somebody wants to come up, has any direct questions, if you've asked a question and I missed it, I'm still going back through 74 questions, and I'm going to be maybe turning everything sideways so I can read them properly. For some reason, they say I can go here and find it on my computer, but I'm still running with my old computer. Anybody want to help support the channel? I need to bring my car in, my computer in. I need more books. I need so much stuff, and I hate to ask for anything, but that's the situation I've been in for the last 60 years of my life. Oh, my God. You know what's funny? You walk into a pharmacy. I'm not sure if it's the same when you live, right? And they give you an ordinance. And when you walk into the courtroom, you walk in for the ordinance they have given you, although it's not the exact words, right? Remember, we're the children of the Creator. We pick up on words, etymology of the word. Besides, another thing I wanted to bring up is, and I always forget this word. I always forget this word. What word did I want to bring up? Just give me a second. Alchemy. How can I forget the word? Alchemist, alchemy, and then eventually one day get back into association of letters of why this letter is next to that letter and what it could possibly mean and why did they do that, and also go over a lot of 2-letter words, adjectives, and pronouns. And I'm not the one that does the body part, right, or anything. I don't do any of that. But apparently the thumbs
only have two bones. Only number 9 and 9 are the only two letters in the ninth house. On a cube like this, okay, the 9 area on a face, right? You can either call it one area. They're all one areas. Where would you put the ninth area? I like to put it over here. 8 around 1, or 9 with 8 that surround it. Number 9 with 8 that surround it. So if I did that, I can go 1 and 8, right? Like I would just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can I do that? And put 5 on the outside and see what my result is? Should I go, let me just write this down. 1 and 8, 2 and 7. I want to see if it works, right? 1 and 8, 2 and 7. Or why didn't I go 2 and 7 and 3 and 6 and 4 and 5? Why did I go that way? Why didn't I go 1, 2, 3? Just give me a second. 1, 2, 3 with 7. No, that's not good. That's not good. 1, 2, 3 with 6. Love these. Love these. Not this one in particular, because this one is too expensive. But the one that's one, it's the same mark. The same mark, because they're incredible. Oh yeah. Yeah, so no, I was just doing something a little weird, you know. So it was like I was just trying to see, take the 5 out of the game, right? Take the 5 out of the game. So I take the 9 out of the game. I want to put the 9 in this position. So I got 1 and 8 equals to 9, like 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I wasn't supposed to do it that way. Hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know. I'm just doing something a little silly now. I don't know why I'm doing it, but if I took the 9 out of the center, I can do this. I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 9, 9, 9, 9. I can do this, but then I'd get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that doesn't look good. 1 and 7 equals to 8. This equals to 12. So that doesn't look good. 5 and 3 doesn't look good, but you think it doesn't look good. I'm going to show you how this can work alternatively. But for mindful, if you're still here with us, right? Here's 11, here's 22. Like I mentioned, it's all about 9. It's all about 9. So if I present you with 9, you would see 3 missing. When I flip the dice over, it's 1. There's 8 missing. 8, sorry, your 8 can be located here, and your 3 can be located here. 8 void and 3 void. This is noted as the half-life, and the 3 gates are residing between 1 and 6. According to Hebrew, right, they will say Tet Zion for 16, right? They do not use Yod Vav for 16. Why? I don't know. So something must be special about it. They do the same thing with 15. They go Tet Hey? No. They go Tet Vav. Why? I don't know. But now I'm taking that break. I'm going to be reading underneath. Another thing about 38 before I is that 1 times 1, 1 plus 1 equals to 1 and 2, 3. 2 times 2, 2 plus 2 equals to 4 and 4, 8. This is going to divide the day and night, this one. Okay? This is the creation within, right? The man is standing and sitting in this one. This one is both about the woman.
The man okay, but the woman shows prior. The man shows after. The man only shows up after, and the duplication of the woman shows up after at 8. Otherwise, it's 2 and 4. This is where the divided gate comes in. This one over here is an association between 3, 1, and 3, equaling to 7. This one over here will be in 7, but it's 2 houses. It's 8 and 8. 16, 1 and 6 reduces into 7. When this reduces into 7, this goes up into 6. 6 and 7 is 13, as you got crowned. Do you follow me with that? And we're going to go over these numbers. Remember, the lower house is 7. The upper house, right, is 13. When you're in the upper house, everything is by 2s. When you're in the lower house, everything is by 4s. And both ways, they're the halfway house, because anytime you run on an angle, right, you break off a piece of the other one. See the way I broke off a piece? I'm running in between, I break off a piece. When you run on an angle, it becomes 1, 2, 3. Each one of these breaks off a piece of each other. They all share the area space in between now. Yes, they share it this way, but look, straight up and down, it all goes by 3s. Over this way, it all counts by 1. 7 and 1 is 8, and 1 is 9. 1 and 3 is 4, and 3 is 7. 2 and 5 is 8. So the mutable signs are going up and down, the continuation of the same zodiac rotation. But the minute I turn it this way, everything changes. But they only change in the voided area space where there is no life. The backing of the area space you walk into, okay, you're like this, walking in space that has done this. Tension is good for you. Now we're going to take that 2-minute break. You know, there's a nice fire on the, I should take this camera out and give you like a little walk or something, or maybe bring it into the kitchen, right? Oh, I can't bring it anywhere. Oh, I'm plugged in. I'm going to run out of time. Oh my God. I can't believe I plugged in the bottom camera and I didn't plug in the top camera. Kitty cat, you coming in? Yeah, so I'm going to try and tone it down a little bit. So a little earlier on, we were talking about the cat, but I still have 70 messages to look through. So I'm going to look through them. I'm going to see if I can turn this sideways. I don't want to make anybody sick. I want to see if my comments or something will come out sideways. How come they won't? How come I can't see myself sideways and look through my messages properly? Let me see if I can do it here. So I'm running this 12-year-old computer, hint, or 14, 12. I'm not that old. So I'm going to go to TikTok, see if I can read my messages there. You know, on my computer, I can't write with TikTok. I must go either on my iPad or my telephone or the telephone. You ever notice how we're being conditioned today? Hey, Ma, we can get a 7-year loan. Hey, I got a 30-year loan on my house. Hey, I'm 38 and I got a 30-year loan on my house. I'll be 68, right? And putting all that, I was just reading here, putting all your money, okay, and you can't say anything because no one's gonna ever understand what it means to take your money. When you give it to somebody, you don't have it. You know, if you go to the bank today and you want to take out money, they're watching every cent you spend. It's just like crazy. I mean, I don't only think of the numbers. I just want to let you know that I see what's happening out there. And if they shut me down for saying this, then I'll never come back again. I'll stay on YouTube. And I don't think they've never shut me down yet. Really, they have closed me for a week when speaking in somebody else for hate speech. I was talking about how the sperm really loved the egg and was searching for the light. And then all of a sudden, my camera went off and it said that was hate speech and shut me down. But I was on somebody else's channel at the time. So here's live. Just 1 second. Wow, I got like 25 pages open here. Yeah, I'm just trying to log in. Just give me a second. Okay, let me see. Yeah, back to Are You a Kabbalah? You Lost Me, Dude. Mine's So Rose. This is amazing. This wouldn't happen. I'm here. No new song. No new song. I mean, I have a bunch of songs. I mean, while I'm looking at this, maybe I'll put up a song. You know what I'm saying? No new songs. And again, just before we end this part, before I really take or keep looking at the messages, is the numbers you are seeing, right? The numbers you're seeing, 414, what it is the center heart has 4 in a row, 4 in a row, 4 in a row, 4 in a row. So you count 16. But in reality, there's only 12. So it sort of plays with your mind, right? But what if each one of these was an individual cube in itself, right? And it was multidimensional, that it would be 4 rows and there would be a total of 16 cubes here. Imagine there were 16 cubes here. Or there's 8, 8, 8, and 8. Now, I am so freaking confused. Why? It's because there's 8 here. I said it wrong. There's 8 here to the face. But imagine if it was square like this. How many would there be? There would be 8. So there would be 4 by 4 rows. So it'd be 32. It'd be 32 to one of these. Is this right? If I went 4 down, that would be 32. Or would it be 64? Wow. That's 16 on the front. I always said it was 64. Does that mean it's 32? I'm unhappy with my thought right now. Not only that, I see something else which is quite interesting. The other thing I find interesting is try to focus only on this one and this one. Look at this one, then look at this one. Look at this one and look at this one. These 6, imagine if they were spinning inside the other ones. And the empty space that you see is what they're spinning. It's a complete voided space, meaning there's nothing there at all. They're in their own individuality, that each one of these are cubes in their own. What is blue is a cube. What is orange is not a cube. Possibly, possibly not. I don't know. But I take up for the total area space that it is, and then your mind, it starts to boggle itself. And now even when you look here, how many corners? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I only count 7, or is it that one over there? I like to call this one Abraham. Oh, my phone buzzed. I don't like when it does that. I don't like them. I don't want no messages. Don't write to me. No. So what it is, again, back to this. Isaac, Abraham. This is a 4 by 4 by 4. 4 by 4, right? 4 by 4
is 16. 4, 8, 12, 16 by 4 rows equals to 64. So it's not 32. I don't know how I got 32. It's 64. This one is a 27. You know, it's just funny because my son was born in 1991. He was born December 9th, and his mother is Lilith. It's really crazy, eh? Why birthday? 12 months. 9 is the birth, the 9 months to come into the world, your creation. 9 and 3 is your base creation where alpha beta comes together to create. We are the 39 angels. We are the 10 angel, making up of 5 and 5, making up of the J letter for the 10th letter. 5, 10, 15, 20. It's the split house. It's the split house. Or you call it that you brought the 66 through your 7th gate, through your birth. You became the birth through your mother into this house. Airborne. Are you? The next word we have to go is the word pre. And we become the ants of the sun, the moon, the energy, and the gateway. Really, really weird. Really, really weird word. 7, 9. What is this? 14th letter. What does it do? The 14th letter, how about which way will we say the 14th letter? I'd like to say the 14th letter as 10 and 4, unlike the 15th letter. In this letter over here, it is known publicly and can be said as Yod Dalit publicly. We cannot say Yod Hey publicly, as Yod Hey begins is Tet Vav. Why did they do it? In this word, which is the pre 7, this here is number 7. It's all the gateways. R will only show up twice. E and R, they're intertwined within the world. When the R comes in, it's represented inside of E. It becomes the 18th letter. Although it's in the A family, the representation is within the E. So this will now become, instead of 18 minus the E5, make it 23, make it 13. We are the 13th king, as I showed you in Monopoly, right? In Monopoly, inside the sliver over here is the 13th area. It's Electric Company in Monopoly. It's a 13th company from when you come onto the game. When you come onto the game, you start in an area of 4 space, you move 12. But you come onto the game, you occupied an area space. You occupy, something is occupying an area space. When nothing is occupying the area space,
then the area space is occupied by what you call the aether, by the air you breathe. For whatever name that air you breathe you call it, then call it of that name. For whatever language, I like to call it the O. The O is also for the water and spelled EAU in French for meaning water. E5, A1, okay, shows me it's the divided water. And the O showed me it's the vibration within the divided waters. That means the communication is divided or comes together within the waters. That means the mem, okay, is in the waters of communication. Therefore, don't overheat, don't get mad, because while the water's boiling, you cannot read it in that state. It's only natural to know the element of that reality is to its truth wholesome. And then if something's boiling, you cannot touch it or go near it. You have to calm it down. If it's happening within inside of you, you must calm the mind. Therefore, the doctor's remedy is rest and relaxation, right? It can also equivalate to O. What is the letters? Getting outside, taking your mind off of things. So, but it's not the taking your mind off of things, it's putting your mind in another place by using certain words that we're indoctrinated with. But at the same time you're indoctrinated it, you have to learn where else you can use these words. If somebody's trying to take your mind off of something because they don't want you to think of something by giving you something, they're taking your mind off of it, but not in the way that it needs to come off, because until that mind is free, your mind will always be occupied. You know, somebody wanting to know, somebody wanting to know, you know, somebody wants to know. Now you're occupied. Unless you get that off your mind, the person that wanting to know that you never tell will never know at all. And it will always occupy both your minds, whoever you are, right? And it's amongst, this is also has to be noted, it's amongst business, but in business, right? In business, in most businesses, it's a time limit. Just like you put yourself on the time clock, in business, it's a time limit, right? One goes one way, one goes the other. They need to maximize for who you are, that battery. What strength of battery are you for this company, right? How can you enlighten all of us, right? Or are you a burden? I don't know why I'm on that rant right now. So I'm looking at 11 Shrooms 11. You know what? Psychedelics. I was down in New York a few years ago. I had the most beautiful time with my son. Even for all the bad moments, when you look back, I completely have to wipe those clean for all that I have learned, all that I have seen, and all the laughter I created for myself. Sometimes nobody else was smiling. Other times I enlightened others, and that was fun. Now, is it for the ego we do this? Who knows, right? But when I know I'm not hurting anybody or taking advantage of anybody and everybody's laughing, you know, I'm having a good time, and everything becomes nostalgic. And I think it's somewhere in that nostalgic, and the use of that word nostalgic also brings you into the bio, where everything was organic before and everything was pure. And where did the lie come in the Garden of Eden? And they say you're a vegetable in your mind. So is the Garden of Eden within your own mind, right? You ate the forbidden fruit. What does that mean? Does it mean because you chose another thought pattern, you chose the wrong thought pattern, and you're going to be haunted for the rest of your life within your corridor? Now, if I say you're going to be haunted with this, Halloween is the 304th day of the year, right? 3 and 4, same house, Abraham and Jacob, right? It's Phi. It winds its way all the time in Phi, and it just keeps repeating. When it gets to the top, you know, the water bucket that spills out, the minute it gets to the top, right, in that wind, right, the spout is at the top, and it just pours back into the beginning again, and it just never stops inside your head, right? The ram's head, right? Although it comes back to the beginning, the point. You ever see where the ram's point goes right back to his ear again, in one ear, out the other, right? From the left hemisphere to the right hemisphere. What's the difference between the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere? Well, according to this calculator, this side over here is 12. This side over here is 18, so it's 1.5 times. What happens if it was this way? Well, this way would be over here 18, and this way would be 6, would be 3 times. That's the actuality of our life. It's 3 to 1. The lower world, 1, 2, 3, 4 equals to 10. The upper world, 6, 7, 8, 9 equals to 30. It's 3 to 1. So if you want to look at the way we're running, it's actually A, B, C to 7, 8, 9. Call it 24, call it 6, which is really funny because binary code, there are only 6. I have to get through these messages and stop leaving everybody hanging because, again, back to number 38, and we're going to get back to this 38. Very, very important. Very important. So let's go back to this. 1 times 1, 1 plus 1 equals to 1 and 2 equals to 3. 2 times 2, 2 plus 2 equals to 4 and 4 equals to 8. Now, what I'm going to do now, I'm doing a quick poll. I want sad faces if I made a mistake or if you disagree. If you disagree with me on my statement, I want a smiley face. And if you agree with me, I want to see you crying. 1 times 1, 1. 1 plus 1, 2. 2 plus 1, 3. 2 times 2, 4. 2 plus 2, 4. 4 and 4, 8. If this is wrong, what I said, put a smile. If it's right, cry. I need to see those tears. Water is memory. Water is memory. When those tears are coming out, you're getting cleansed now. Look at that. Baptism. We just got baptism. 2 baptisms right now. And any more baptisms? We need to see 3 baptisms. We need 3 baptisms. It's going to run out. It's going to run out. We need another baptism. Am I allowed to participate in this? No, they won't let me participate. Wow. Oh, I got 3 baptisms. Are we going to end up with the mirror? Do we rest in Trinity? Are we on the ring? Right? Are we on the ring? And it's the countdown. Okay, that's good enough for me. I love it. I love it. Look at that. We have 2 rivers flowing. You know, imagine if they blew their nose. What would happen in that instance, right? So we got something happening right now. They're not blowing their nose, so they're crying. And usually after you cry, your nose runs. So what's going on? The noses are running, right? That was really cool. So what's happening over here is now we have to agree with this. Now, if you don't agree with this, and okay, there are 9 here. I know you're all 18 and over. I know you can see 3, 3, and 3, right? I know you see it, right? I know you see it. So if there is this there, okay, if there is this there, the yellow one is impartial to all of them. The red and orange are impartial to the left as to the right. The red and orange are impartial as the yellow to above that is below, that the center is equal to everything. In fact, the center equals to more strength than anything else. If I was looking at a cube or at Rubik's Cube, do you know what I would see here? I would see number 16. Where? You see this area over here? This 4 area over here? See that? It's like a window. It's not the 9, it's the 4. Here's the 9. 2 times 2 equals 4. 3 times 3 equals 9. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 areas of 4. But there's only 9. Well, there's 4 areas of 4, but there's only 9. 4 areas of 4 is 16, but there's only 9. Okay? 9 is the letter I, and 16 is the letter P. How about marking pi? How about just marking pi? But there's 8 around 1. So how about marking phi? Phi and pi in a basic expression of this cube. Let me get in. Let me see. Was there anybody who wanted to come up? Wow, we are 7 big people up here. Okay, I got to go through here. Airborne, airplane. Airborne, airplane. So you put an E onto the born. Okay, that's good. We breathe. You put an E onto the breath. So I didn't know that. So onto the breath, you breathe. Tell me this is true. Tell me this is true. Tell me this is true. How do you spell breathe? How do you spell breathe or breath? Did you know that I've been actually looking for this? I've been looking to where I can understand it and I can see it within my own head. So right away, inside of breathe and back to mindful, who's probably gone by now. Um, that what I was trying to say to mindful before is the dice cube has 9 dots. Now, am I going to look at 4 areas and 9 dots? I don't know, and I don't want to. Right? I don't want to. I want to look at these as whole areas themselves for the reason is that we're using 9 numbers. But if I had to, I can also create this scenario, which is also what happens in a 4 cubic, right? In a 4 cubic, right? Where there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 dot, 1 dot, 1 dot, 1 dot, where the face is not the same as 4 dots, right? So if every cube had 4 dots, the most I can get here is 4. There would be no heart to this cube. So it would only be 4. So this would be a cube of 24. This would be a 24 cube. It would be a 4 face. And the cube we work on right now, right, we're working on is a 9 face. So since it's a 4 face, every single thing will have a value of 4, right? So I'm just thinking a 4 face equals to 16. Just give me a second. So that will be a 4, 4, 4, 4. So it'll be 16 times 6. I'm just trying to think. It'll be 96 other than a 9 face times 26. 9 times 20 equals 180. 9 times 6 is 54. 234. 9 times 20 and 9 times 6. 54. 54 times 6. No, 54 times 4. Just one second. I'm just trying to think what I'm thinking. 9 times 26. 9 times 26. 9 times 26. Okay, no. This is something completely different. This is something completely different. This is 9 times 26, right? Would be 26, would be 26 faces of 9. That'd be 6.5. That's funny. That'd be 6.5. Wow, I have to mark this down. I'm going to explain this in a minute. 6.5. Okay, just give me a second. 6.5 times 9 faces. 9 faces. 26 is a cube. 26 equals to a cube. So this can be 9 cubes. Okay? 9 is to a face. If I had 26 faces, that would be 26 faces is 4 cubes. And 4 cubes, 4 cubes, 4 cubes would be 4 by 6. 4 by 6 is 24. 4 by 6, just give me a second. I have to see where I am with this. Sorry to take everybody on a goose chase right now. It'd be so much better if I can show you what I'm writing equals to 24 plus 2, right? So is it 4.5 cubes? 6 times 4.5. 6 times 4 is 24, and 6 times a half is 3. That would give me 27. No, it's plus 2. Okay, I just wanted to see how to get, I wanted to see there's different ways to make a number perfect. The only way to get to number 26 is either 2 by 13 equals to 26, right? Which would be two sides of the alphabet, 26 letters. Or if I broke it up into four, it would have to be 4 by 6 plus 2. And when I'm using ones and twos, I used to use it as the sun, the moon, or the two moons of Mars. The two moons of Mars and the one moon of Earth can also be moved over and translated into the sun. Now I still have to go, and I really like that I use the word breath. Very, very happy because it shows me that we are in the E world. We are in the life of breath, right? Our heads are in the heavens. Our heads are breathing the oxygen, 775566. So oxygen would become 567. It would become oxygen 557766. Actually, it's the other way. 3. Wow. Oxygen. Where is it? Wow. Check it out. The 15th letter, the 24th letter. Okay. 2 and 4 equals 6. 1 and 5 equals 6. The 25th letter equals 7. The 7th letter equals 7. Right? Remember I said gen, okay, or negative? Well, inside of this is both the sun and the moon, and it's also the gateway. The sun shows up with number 14. It's part of the IT system. I don't know how it works when they plug everything together through the zodiac to make everything work from the 88 constellations, right? All I know is when I saw I'm not sure who saw this, who didn't see this. I'm all over the place like usual, so I'm going to have to get through these comments right here. And at the same time, while I'm getting through these comments, right, I want you to watch this video. Right, this has to do with the Jubilee doors that opened up and what they said by the numbers. And you're going to see how our sun shines in on us through this configuration. And I have two of them told two different ways, so you can balance this out. And I usually remember, everybody out here becomes my RAM, my random access memory, that I say everything. Somebody says, well, why are you telling all this information? Is anything real? Right? And if it's real, where does it come from? It comes from the natural exchange of somebody growing up where everything has to be fair before they're cherry picked. You need to make perfection before we cherry pick you out into the market. And you know that they will cherry pick the entire planet looking for one person. They're looking for one person in the entire planet. And because of that cherry picking, look, all of a sudden, numerology is being talked about on Tucker Carlson. Numerology, we have GG33, and I call this guy Mr. Christmas, right? He's Mr. Definite Christmas. He puts a lot of energy, a lot of work, bringing together the algorithms amongst the hundreds of people who work with him, alongside of him, etc. Whichever way he wants to speak, that's fine. And the reason for that is somebody has to put out the truth, right? Even if some things are vulgar or not, even things that are true or not, through this gentleman, it seems like everything is accepted. Okay, this gentleman, whether he's buying the views or not buying the views at all, I don't know what he's doing. I call him Mr. Christmas because GG33 actually says Christmas. It also represents the E world. The upside down G is an E. 5775 is the Trinity that comes along, where 66 is the passageway. 8 is part of what is 6, that what travels in the heavens is the birth between the two heavens, between the two havens, between the beehive. And I have to look through this. I have to take a little drink. I'm going to play this. Let me look through these comments. Like, help support the channel. If you're going to send me anything, seriously, I only want these books.
Okay, I've bought other books for myself and tried other stuff. Can't work with anything. This is what I work with. There's that barcode over there, right? And when it comes to pens, I was saving this one, even if it doesn't work anymore. I really like this one here. 1.6, very important, right? All the other ones I can get. And I also like this guy over here, right? He stands next to me, right? Okay, no, only kidding. Um, if not, um, the house. Do you know the house of bet is the number 4 on the keyboard? So if you look on the number 4 on the keyboard and you want to help me out, send me that number 4. I like the number 4. Okay, it's like I put myself in survival mode. And did you know that number 4, right? It's funny the way if you live somewhere else in the world, they're going to put a different logo. Like you might look at the number 4 and go, "What's this person talking about?" So I'm not going to mention it, right? I'm not going to mention that they put the dollar sign on number 4. I'm not, because it's not the dollar sign. Do you know what it is? It's they showed you that they split your vibration. They split your vibration up. I love to be able to write, see myself in front of me and behind me as I write instead of holding this. See, they got that right here. Now, what did they do next? You see that? They took that and they put it right there. Now they split your vibration. What did they do? They created the 9 and they created the 6. You see, here's the 6 and here's the 9. But in between the two, they created the percentage separation. So the 6 and 9 from the 1 and 5 created the separation of 8 with 1. Representation of the square house of Venus, bringing everything to a percentage, where 9 can be inflated to how do we create 9? Well, multiply 3 times 3 equals to 9. 3 times 6 equals to 9. 3 and 6 is our base creation with the 9 that goes in rotation of the heavens. 9 by 9 equals to 81. 9 by 9 equals to 18. They repeat themselves. That went inside your base creation of 33, or 3 times 3 equals to 9, and 3 plus 3 equals to 6, runs the percentage of your creation that holds on to the division of the vibration. Now, when it holds on to the division of your vibration, so this is the cube that all gets divided up. So we can almost see the Star of David. I don't know if I'm not sure if I got this, if I'm doing this straight. This way. This way, this way. Anyways, you got the drift of this. You see what's going on. So it's how number 51 now. 51 is Mars. 51 is Puck. Puck can also be PCU. 733. I don't know if it means anything, but PCU or 733 or 7332. Now, since things are complete with 4, things are complete with 4, I need to move. The minimum is 3 to create. So if I don't have the 4th one, I'm going to go PC and then CU, but I can't really create other than from within. Do you follow what I'm saying with this? But once I get to the 4th one, right, I got 3 sides.
The three opposite sides are 6. When I create 4, I have a band here and a band here. I now have the ring. Once I have the ring, I automatically get the pole that goes in between by creating the ring. That's one of the ways to express it. The other way to express it, it's 1 between 2, not because I said so. It's because there's 2 on the corners only. There's 2 on the corners only. 1 is only within the heart. Here, there's 1 and 2 mixed up together. 1 is 1 and 2 is 2 and 1 is not 2. Within the face, they are what we are. Now, if I look at it as dots, I'm going to look at these the same way. Each one of these numbers are no longer numbers. You're falling asleep. You're falling asleep. You're falling asleep. Each one of these are dots. There's no longer numbers. That means in order to understand upstairs, I might need to use a letter and go up, meaning the higher house or the lower house. Or what about the public and the private house? Where does the public and the private house going up and down? I'm going to show you where this shows up. I wish I had a better camera system, but look at that. The difference between public and private is, let me show you. Hold on a second. Okay, so I'm going to show you now public and private. Let me open this book again. The difference between public and private. This, okay, public. This one is private. See 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Whoop. Wait a second. 1, 2, 3 is 7, 8, 9. So what do? Do I take it and flip it this way and then flip it this way and then match them face to face? So is this one over here showing me it's this way and then this way? Watch. I need to take this pinky and put it in this corner over here. I need to take the pinky and put it in the corner. So I have to do this to it. But once I do that to it, everything will be upside down. So you see, I went from one where the pinky is to one where the pinky is to, whoop. There's number 1, there's number 2, there's number 3. 1, 2, 3, look at that. They all have to flip over. What about 4, 5, and 6? Yeah, they all stay in the same position. So you can see how that works. And when I line them up now, right, if I line them up next to each other, 9 will get 1 equaling to 10. 6 will get 4 equaling to 10. 7 will get 3 equaling to 10. So there's a new way of looking at this. If I did it the other way, right, where will the 7, 4, 1 connect, right? See, this way, I'm getting that. So now what I need to do, I think I need to match up the 7, 4, 1 with this. Let me see what it was. I matched up 9 with 1, 4, 7. Now I have to match up 7, 4, 1 from up here. No, I just did that. Here I got together 1 and 9. But on the other side, I'm going to connect together, I think 7 and 1. Let me see this. Okay. So let me see if I can do this. Here, I can just do it this way. Okay, this is the way I'm going to do it. Then I'm going to get to those questions. Okay, so this is the way I'm going to do it, right? So first, whoa. Yeah, so first I go, look at that, right? So I go 7 and 3, 10, 6 and 4, 10, 1 and 9, 10. Then I put it on this side. I go 9 and 1, 10, 6 and 4, 10, 3 and 7, 10. So now if I put it all on top of each other, right, it becomes 8, 10, 12. The next row becomes 8, 10, 12. The next row becomes 8, 10, 12. But the thing about this is it looks like it goes this way. You see, if we started both A, B, C in both areas, we'd be going up and down to 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6. So why is it done this way? Is it because the other world is that way towards us, right? Now, hold on a second. See, the other world is like that, upside down. This is the way the other world is, but that way. So if I put it this way, see, the 3 and 3 would go together, the 6 and 6 would go together, the 9 and 9 would go together. So when this happens over here, and I do this image, when I go out to do this, I'm gonna reheat the water for the third time. And I'm probably gonna want to do my dishes soon. Okay, so I saw a pretty cat. Hey? You okay there, buddy? Show them how clean your eyes are. Say hi. Can you say hi? Oh, God. Only when you open that big mouth up, eh? You mad at me? Are you mad at me? You happy? So remember we spoke earlier about the cat, right? The cat, when you make designs, right? When you make designs, one of my designs takes a hexagon, right? When you create the cat, it takes 4 hexagons or 4 cats, right? In order to complete an area space. Okay, in order to complete an area space, it takes 4 cats. I call the area space the dog pound, right? They're both noted to be what is 9, right? The canine is the dog you take with you that sniffs everything out because it carries the cat. Communication, angle of transition. The numeric for the cat is 24. 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 equals to 8 and 6. 8 and 6 is the division between the dividing gates. 8 is the queen holding on to the heavens. And who's plugged into it? That's right. We're born into the mother's house, the Jack. Remember, don't forget Hagar, right? Hagar and Sarah. Don't forget. So 4, right? When you say 4 in French, right? You say cat. When you need to say 80, right? When you need to say 80 in French, you're going to say 420s. So when you say 420, everybody know 420 is also associated to what they call is Mars, do you wanna? Mars, do you wanna? Mars, do you wanna? Mars, you know the planet Mars, they want to know, do you wanna? Juana, like in Mexico, you know, they say it with a Julio with a J, so they go marijuana. So then they say 420. And that 420 is your communication between the 4 houses of 20, right? Centered up to a central station. Now the question is that Mars 412 then 20? Why 412 then 20? Why 412 then 20? The 4 areas, the 12 areas, and then the 20 areas. So the first rim is not a rim, it's a pancake, right? And then it comes over here to where you now have a donut hole in the center, but it's a huge donut hole, right? It comes in 4 of them. You brought 4 of them, you interlock them together. This one is in the heart of the game. or where you came together at the train tracks, noted to be, what is this one over here? Everything came together at the train tracks. See the way 9 over here and the way you needed. This is actually the corner of Monopoly. These are the train tracks. Here's the heart of Monopoly. I'm only showing you one corner, and I brought together 1, 2, 3, 4 games of Monopoly. 168 and 168 equals to 336 days for 12 moons. Call that the female rotation. So I don't remember what I was speaking about just 2 minutes ago. I don't know if I put on the hot water either. I'm going to show you that floor. Yes, we were talking about the cat's communication, right? Okay, so I got that done. So the cat's communication, let me just turn the camera around a bit. And let me see if I can just put this up here. Yeah, so the cat's communication, 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 equals to 8 and 6. Agree? 8 and 6, when you go to the game of craps and you look at the game of craps, how the game works, you will see that 6 and 8 are on each side of the board, right? Wow. I need to get my coffee cup. I'm gonna get onto, maybe I have to plug it in no matter what. I think I can plug it in over there. No, I'm going to plug it in over here. I'm going to get my cup. And I didn't even explain. And now, at what point do we all know? At what point do we all understand when we're here that every side of the cube of Rubik's Cube has 9 areas? Therefore, every side, every part of your calculator has 9 areas. Every part of your phone has 9 areas. I'm not working with the 8 right now. I'm working with the 9. It's 8 that goes around 1. Now, there's many dimensions we can delve into. How come there's not just 4? Why in the deck of cards is the maximum 10? Is there any place? What is the expression of the 10 card? Is the expression of the 10 card showing us that we can have 10 areas inside the card? Is it showing us I can have 5 at the top, 5 at the bottom, but the 10 card is not showing me, okay, the heart line? There is no heart line in 55. In the Sky Pass, there is no heart line. There is no beat. But until I get into this world and connect up, nothing is moving. You know what I'm saying? I didn't plug it in. So I'm not thinking, right? I'm not doing anything. Is it the heart line? Is it something that's continuous? It's not just a heart line. It's the continuous line. Even though your heart is always beating, right? Would you not say that your mind, right? Even if you don't choose, your mind is always thinking. Even if you don't choose, okay, I don't know how the anatomy works, right? I don't know how the anatomy works, okay? But something is, the organs, are they thinking on their own? Is it the heart? What is it that's telling all your organs? Because I don't know any of this schooling, but if somebody tells me what goes where, I can also now, okay, help out with the, because the heart, the numeric value for heart, okay, is 52. And with the heart, you get communication with the heart. The same thing as the rabbit. The rabbit and the heart are the same. The difference between the cat and the rabbit and the heart is the cat is 42. So the cat is missing 10. Does it mean it's missing a connection? There's a 10 difference, which means there's one numeric value different. 10 as a difference also is going to bring in what is the sun, what is the moon, and what is Mars. 17, 18, 19 are expressed, right, with 10. When you have 7, 8, and 9, you don't have to use 10. When you use the 10, 10 is an association. Because I'm a level up of a whole 10, what does that mean? In one aspect, it means we're between Virgo and Libra. We've connected the upper world of 76, 1 times 6, 1 plus 6. We've connected the half-life, right? 3 is creation, 6 and 7 is our half-life creation, right? 3 in the lower world, our ABC creation, Jackson 5 creation, our creation through the breath. And we're breathing this air, and where's the information? Whose breath is it in this house? Whose breath is it in this house, right? Is it the breath of the mother? It's the house of the mother, right? It's her breath from her beehive that we, right? But all the dictation, right, comes from the father. All the dictation and the reading comes from the father. Number 7, remember we spoke about father. Anyways, I'm off the track where the cat and the rabbit come in. Why do they say cat? Why do they say rabbit? 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 is that split gate. 5 times 2, 5 plus 2 is 10 and 7. So through that split gate, okay, the association at end, the association of the sun, the moon, and Mars, we come to that numeric value in 52, in which we don't get in number 42. 4 times 2, 4 plus 2 is 8 and 6. We create the divided area, or we bring together the divided area through the 7th gate. What is it? You have 2 cubes. The total is 12. We have 12 zodiac signs. We have 2 cubes. We become the 13th, the inside that, right? But inside the cubes, we don't become the 13th. We become the 6 and 6, 12, the 13th. We become the associated magic number of the addition of the 2 cubes. The 13th is the addition, what came together. Because there's only 12. When you roll 2 cubes, maximum you'll get is 12. Then how in the world, okay, how in the world, right, does the result, what is the result, right? Would 13 be the result? You can say 6 and 6, 12. Oh, wait a second, I only see 6, but it's 12. Well, how can it be 12? Well, it's 6 and 6. Okay, maximum number is 6. How are you telling me it's 12? Something is wrong. Something's wrong. There's 6 on a dice, you roll 2 dice, and they tell you 12, and there's no 12 on the dice. So the game is rigged right away. Do you understand what I'm saying? The void, what is there, what is not there. And if you only have 2 dice, and yes, there's 6 and 6, if you add up to another number, that other number now exists that wasn't there before. The same as the numbers that will exist in 10, 11, and 12. All 3 of them, 10, 11, and 12. What didn't exist before now exists, right? Actually, the 10 does exist. The 10 does exist with 6 and 4, right? But it doesn't exist, okay? It doesn't exist because you can't say it. All we can go to is 6, but we have 6 and 1 equals to that 7. We also know that the 7 and 8 are the voided areas, okay, on the cube before we start. So actually we're missing what is the 9, but we know there's 9 to a face. So we're missing 10, 11, and 12. That's it. Those are the only 3 we actually miss. And in the game of craps, that's exactly the 10 die is like almost like the 9 die. What happens is you have with the 9 die, you have 6 and 3, 5 and 4. With the 10 die, you have 5 and 5 and 6 and 4. There's only 2 in their house inverted. In the 8 die, okay, there's 4, 4. There's 5, 1. There's 6, 2. In the 6, okay, in the 6, there's 1, 5, 2, 4, 3, 3. Now in the 5 and in the 4, there's 2 and 2. So you can see in the 6 and in the 8, there were both 3 and 3. And in the 4, 5 and in the 9, 10, there are only 2, 2. So we have to understand the representation of having 3 to a mixture and having 2 to a mixture. I'm not sure who I lost. I must go through these 99 different questions. Nobody has to come up, right? Okay, so we're 8 of us here. Which pad of paper was it? You're going to have to come back with that. I love all those teardrops. Oh, I love it. Okay. Whoa. I think it just skipped all the questions. Now I have to run back. Okay, I'm really okay. I'm back at the beginning. Why not a turtle like Teenage Mutant Kung Fu kind? Absolutely. Uh, turtle. Anytime I see the U in there, it's just a 21 dots on the cube. It's an association of completion. That's what I like to look at U. But it's completion inside the game, right? The completion should actually be like you can't finish until two comes into the game. So when you start into the game, you start with one and two. So when you leave the game, are you leaving with 20 and 21? But that's still inside the game. I haven't left the game. So I would be going 21, 22, 23, and then 22, 23, 24, and then I would stop. Or 22 and 23, and that would be VW, and then I would stop. I need to get completely outside the game with no connection, so I need to keep my counting by twos or counting by threes, right? If I count by threes, I'm starting over automatically. A, B. You notice in a triangle, the fourth one is starting over, not the third one. But when counting three per line, right, after B, you've started over A again because everything is actually just A and B. When they say I stand on 17, the word stand or rest or R to the east, okay, R is the 18th letter, R is a platform. They use it under the rainbow to measure, in geometry. So they use that as 18. I use it as 180. Some people use it as 1800. Some people say the revolutions in your car shouldn't go higher than 7200. The tetrahedron is 7200. 12 hours in the day is 720 minutes. 3 times 6, 3 plus 6 is 18 and 9, creating 99. Your base of all creation. A meets B, creating C. Number 72 is brown. Number 72 is money, equals to one moon. We are the man monies. We come into the commandments, and I mentioned this early before, is that where meant, the D and the T, the difference between D and T, there's a couple of them. One is 2 times B equals D. One is 10 times B, okay, equals T. The 10 and the 2 multiplier brings in the blue world, brings in the 40 world, brings in the blue world, brings in the 40 world, full connection, possibly something to do with Navy, like the Navy blue. It's Navy Marine blue of some sort, regardless of the fact that in French and in English, blue in French and blue in English are the same numeric value. For a different spelling, they put E before U, okay, within the word. But when they use the word blueberries, they go bluet. So they're adding the ET, right, to the word blue, BLUE, and then they add T to it. Words that are very special in language is the word number 8, that when you say the word eighth or you say the word 18, okay, what happens is you're not going to add on the TEEN, and you will not add on, so you're not creating a gateway, okay, with 18, and you are only adding on the 8, which tells me you are a part of the 4 elements of the B world, of the house of Bait. Why? Because the basic and the primary of the numbers are A, B, C, right? It's A, B, C, and then when you mirror, or if it begins with the mirror, you go all the way to D, where everything begins at D now. So by running D, right, A, B, C becomes the complete mirror. Now when you want to go to the ring has 4 sides, A, B, C, D. So now if you want to get a T from D, you go 5 times D equals to 20. Now you get to the D, and that where your command D with commandment, and the same expression and understanding. Are you climbing up the ladder, or did you climb up the ladder? Is it going to be the letter, or is it going to be the letter? Like the ter and the der. It's like, how do I even pronounce that? Letter, So for communication, we have the last part of the cycle breaks up on Roger that 10-4 from the wizard big Marcus. Hey Marcus, how you doing? So when he brings in this 10-4, the 10-4 is not needed, okay? In Hebrew, they're using it for full communication, but it doesn't go to 10-5. 10-5 is a secret, right? 10-5 is a secret. 10-6 is a secret. They end up going to 9. So what is the importance, or what is the CB code for 10-5, 10-6? Since it's a secret, right? 6 and 7 is the split, is the connection, is the 7th inning stretch. 39 outs. In the 20 years of Aquarius, we're going to make a huge difference. How many years is every zodiac sign? Oh, you know what's funny? Aquarius air sign, bringing bringing on the craziest of months, Aquarius, in the coldest month. This is what tells me more about the sea lion, okay? Aquarius is 5.5, okay? 5.5 runs from top, it runs on this angle in the 11th house, right? It goes 2 over to 9, 3 over to 8, 5 over to 6, crossing at the 5.5, where the 110 tower went down. Number 11 Aquarius can't be reduced. So the beginning is the beginning with the first 2 moons of Mars into creation. So it would be 3 and 9, 12 into creation, 4 and 8, 12, 5 and 7, 12 through the energy, the electric of the moon. Thank you, Krista, for sharing the live. Tarzan and Aladdin, AT&T. Where is the Aether? So I might have missed this person. It must be a long time ago. Too bad there's not a timestamp on these things. So if TikTok is listening right now, you should be putting a timestamp on things and making sure that I'm here. So the owners of TikTok, since I'm putting out great media, we should ask the owners of TikTok to send me a care package for all the people coming to watch these videos I am presenting myself in. There are 100 million people here right now. Every single person counts for 1 million, right? Oh, sorry, every single person counts for 10 million, I think it is. I think that's what the number is. So there's like 100 million people right here. And it only counts on my page. I see things in big numbers, you know? Where is the Aether? T-H-E-R, right? The Aether. The Aether. Where is it? What is it? If you tell me exactly what it is, I don't know where the Aether is. Everything is made up. T-H-E-R is 51. A-E brings it on. The Aether is within the breath, right? Within the breath, there's an electricity that's created. Although it might be a blank communication, the minute it gets inside of you, right? You're the reader of the breath, but everything comes in the same package. Unless the breath gets to you, you won't be able to read somebody else's information unless you make it through your breath, through your honesty within. Will that next gateway goes up where you'll be able to partially intercept communication of another. And this will be like a sort of telepathy, but can only be opened up through goodwill. You know, when you go to open something up and through good and through bad, well, guess what? If you choose bad, you can't choose good at the same time. It's the same arm. I choose good. Well, you didn't choose bad. You chose bad. You chose to close out bad for good. Well, you're always showing the good side. Don't worry. I cleanse out both sides. I open up, like you see, you can barely, look at the angle. I can't open my arm anymore. I can do this, and that's all I can do on this side. So I can open up this way, right? I can go to the minus side of the clock, and I can go all the way to 9 o'clock, to 3 o'clock or 9 o'clock, but I can barely go down, right? I can go just slightly down, just slightly past without forcing my shoulder. So we know what that's about, how we can use that.
I'm going to go back to my desk. I'll bring this camera back to the desk. Well, I can't do it all, so we were also talking about this, I think. Let me see. I just want to go and see how many messages I still have to look at. So maybe while you look at the floor, I can look at the messages. Somebody wants to know if I levitate. Well, Levi's, I've worn Levi's jeans and I did eat lunch, so then I levitated. Alternating current. You see this over here? See this over here? Split house. Look at that. One going this way, one going this way. Over here, it splits. 8, 10, 11, and 13 is a split. Does the same thing down here. When you put it into work, it creates the flowers. Like above is below and all the same in the center. The deck of cards are all the same in the center, right? If you ignore the new current, you stay in the current current. I'm just going through the comments, so that's why I'm silent. So 2 of 3 currents will get pushed, pulled, and spun around. Yes, 2 of 3. Yes, 2 and 3. Yes, I see the same thing. Sure. Sure, because there's one going the other way. Yes, for sure. Okay, in an old street Dutch monopoly, that would be very interesting. Anything to do with C and D, I'm very interested in. Yeah, the frozen sea lion, right? Antarctica and Aquarius, Atlantis, right? The hidden cables underneath the ground. Look, Atlantis, Atlantis, behold, Atlantis. Underneath the seabeds, connected to all the islands and now bridged together. Atlantis, let Atlantis rise to the equation. Let Atlantis rise to the equation. The sun and the moon moving around the house. Need more cowbell. That's how far behind I am. Well, inside of, you know what? When I showed, I have to just show you something else. See, because Rubik's Cube, okay, Rubik's Cube, right, is a whole of something. But it's, I'm going to have to show you Rubik's Cube in a minute. When all you know is a system with checks and balances, it's hard to imagine. All the Bitcoin that is running, right? In the real world, they have something out there called the Bitcoin.
I don't know if I can read that. Will you stand in the shower with me? Okay, I'm going to have to think about that one. Okay, somebody drinking the juice box. Oh, it's Eliana. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay, I see. Okay, so now I'm standing here. Oh, the water's boiling. Water's boiling. Oh boy, water's boiling. Um, it's revealing of the system that was hidden. Numbers reveal all. Hello, Cynthia. Yeah, I've been hogging my own channel. Sorry about that. Uh, how many? Yeah, yeah, it's an old fear. In fact, the fear right now, right? Three-quarters of us are just like we're all like hitting each other in the head with choices, all because of the money, right? Uh, they shook mother from the court. Yeah, 3 by 23, right? 3 by 23 and 4 by 24. So 23 and 24, they split the house, right? So I'm looking at this post here, 69 and 69. I don't know if it's that rotation, right? It can bring it just a little bit closer through the arms, but I'm just reading Elena's now. 3 by 23 equals to 69, right? That's going to be the reverse of 24. So 4 by 24, which is going to be the reverse of what, right? 4, 23, and 4, and 3 and 24. So it's 3, 2, 4, 2, 3, 4. That rotation in 69, 96, that's a good number. That is a crazy number. Uh, if we are two and we are one, we are individualized and connected through the thoughts. So we are like my nose is one nose, right? We are two, but we are one. Well, the last will be the first when you count 1 through 10, right? It's not 1 through 9. It's 1 through 10 becomes 1. 9 is not like 1. So when we flip around the alphabet, we're flipping around an area space what's inside itself, but it's just what is 9? 9 is not 1, right? In fact, it's 1 inside of all 8. You remember that scenario I showed you? 1 inside of 8. Oh yeah, we can do it. We're worth way. Each one of us individually is worth way more. I mean, good news spreads quick, right? The truth spreads quick, right? The lies not so quick, but people find it easier to believe the lies than the truth. So good news spreads quick, but it's hard for anybody to understand what's good, but it's easier to understand what is no good than what is good. What is no good, you have to study as much as what is good to understand it. But once you hear no good, they just might accept it at face value. I don't know. So I'm sitting on the floor right now. So you watch a cat movie Flow, and now Flow is backwards. I'm gonna have to get off the floor. See that? Fibonacci. How many? One. Starting off there, right? So we count that as the 0 point. So do I count the finishing of the first circle there? 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Or do I count the inside? 1, 2, right? 1. Like, can I count both here and here? Or should I start counting here? It ends, here's the first one, here's the second, third, and fourth. Oh, and fifth. There's 5 of them. And does that 0 mean anything at all? Or it's everything around the center that'll heat the pan up? And because of the center one, of the 0, 1 mark, everything around it heats the pan up. And it doesn't even have, hey, Schluffen, wake up. I need to talk to you. I need to talk to you now. Urgent business. Somebody called. They said you lost your wallet. Whoa. They said you lost your wallet when I dropped my phone. What does that mean? Do you have your credit cards with you? I asked you a question. Did you lose our credit cards again? What happened? What happened? You can tell me. Did somebody beat you up? Are you okay? Did somebody fight with you today? Oh, okay. You don't want to talk about it, eh? Like usual, you never want to talk about it. You just want your peace? I'm allowed to pat you. I can buy you food. I can change your litter. I can brush you. I can let you outside. And I can pat you and just leave you alone. You leave me alone. Is that what you want? Do you want me to leave you? Yeah? You want me to leave you alone? Okay. I'll leave you alone. Next time you want food. Next time you want food. Don't you worry. I'll be there. I respect you. I respect you. Cat's got her own life, you know? Cat's just got her own life. So we're going to take a 2-second break here just for my own. How are all this? Okay, so I'm still going through all the. Yeah, the dog in the sand. I like to look at the dog doing better with the grass. I just want to bring up, I spoke 420 before. So what it is when you multiply and add it, when you say 420, the 420, the 4 represents the cat. In French, they say quatre in for 4. So it sounds like cat. Cat is spelt in French, CHAT. It looks like chat. Not only that, but because it creates the numeric value of 10-4, which is rabbit ears communication, 52 for the rabbit. We have 2 rabbits. You can't communicate unless you have 2 rabbits. You need a truck here, right? You need a CB radio. In fact, you need 2 CB radios. You need 2 CB radios, and you need the 18 wheel. You need the Octo Bear. The month of October, 10th month, Octo Bear. The 18-wheeler is a truck. The truck comes with 10 wheels and 8 wheels. And that's when they pin up. What do they pin up? They pin up to the 5th wheel. So my question is how many connect to the 5th wheel? When I need to create the numeric value of sun, I need the numeric value 54. Sun equals to 54. Now, I just want to do a call out right now. I was on a radio station in 2012. It was in Vermont, New Hampshire, Keene Radio. So I'm going to do that call out. It's been 12 or 13 years. They laughed at me all night. At the same time, they were supposed to stand for liberty in that state, like is completely backwards, right?
Vermont means go towards the hills. New Hampshire is also in the word ham. Okay, is communication where you need a permit. The word 18 wheeler, you need 3 by 18 to equal to 54, and you cannot, or you do, but you come in with 10 and 8 equals to 18. How is the first time we get 10? 1, 2, 3, 4 equals to 10. The lower house, or the 4 lowest numbers out of 9 equals to 10. Then we have the fifth wheel, and then we add on 6, 7, 8, and 9, equaling to 30. Pretty funny, eh? If you ever played tennis, 9 and 6, 15, 7 and 8, 15. The basic way to create this is there was one number in here I was thinking of, and I lost what it was. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I'm going to get back to this word from earlier. So what it is the lower part of the world is 10, the upper part is 30. 9 and 6. 3 times 3, 3 plus 3 is 9 and 6. This is your birth. This is the 9 months of pregnancy before you become airborne, reduced from a 9 over to 6. How do we attain more? What do we pick up to attain more? How do we equate or get double of what we were? Irrelevant to the fact it creates 6 and 9. 1 times 7, 1 plus 7 equals to 7 and 8. 6, 7, 8, 9. Coming from 17 and 33. Just coming from those numbers. Just try to understand those numbers. When I equate them, I get 15, 15, and 24. This one's outside of its realm. 2 and 4, 6, 1 and 5, 6, 1 and 5, 6. So how can I recreate the bottom? And this one, I shouldn't have done this one. This one divides the day and the night. There's 168 hours in a week. So anyways, we're back to the 18-wheeler, right? So it seems like if I created the 10 wheels, does this mean the back wheels has a value of 3 times the length of the front? Well, it just means that it's 3 to 1, the two worlds. The pinup, right? The pinup or your pin number to the fifth wheel is the trailer. What number can I give the trailer? I don't know. I'm just going to leave it at trailer. But this is the way I see the fifth wheel hooking up. Does that mean that the truck and the trailer become that seventh gate? I don't know. I don't know. This was something from earlier. The N is the 14th letter. 1 and 4 is 5. The G is the 7th letter. When working with gematria, the N is 1. The G is 7. That is your greatest gap between here and here. In gematria, right? The N over to G, okay, they're both valued at 7. This one, okay, valued at 1, and this one valued at 7, they're 6 away. This one valued at 1, this one valued at 7, it's 6 away. But these two, in the primary gematria, it's on the other side. N resides on the side of T. Okay, it is 6 areas and then T and then 6 areas. N and Z come together in this house over here. Z is number 26. So inside of this, pre is telling me before birth. So I'm using this and only looking at this to understand that when we look at the words pre, we have to understand um, something to do with prior of. When we look at the word pro, it's not amateur, it's pro. So where can we use the word to promote, right? So now this is money wise. Amateur is not money, right? Amateur is not money. The fourth key on my keyboard is D. The D has the money sign on it, and like we showed, it was the vibration within. I don't know why it shows it that way, but it does. Um, so where else was I with this? There was so many things I was talking. We went through the sun. We went through the 18-wheeler where the CB codes. Yes, back to 52 and back to 42. The rabbit, the cat divides the seventh gate. The 52 will create 10 and 7. The seventh gate. Okay, now this is a little confusing for myself, right? 10 is an association, as I understood, is A, B, C, D. When the French say 17, 18, and 19, they always include, okay, the 10. They always include the 10 in 17, 18, and 19. And it happens, okay, at 77, 78, 79, and it happens again at 97, 98, and 99. But when it happens between 99, 98, and 97, it happens in four all four worlds at the same time. But when it counts 77, 78, 79, it's counted in the day world. So I'm associating that 97, 98, 99 are also counted in the constellations. And the 10 is the day world. I think it's the world within. And that world within resides amongst the constellations. They will say it separately, that when they say when you talk into the 60s, you will when you talk into the 70s, you automatically say 60 and 10. And then you go 1, 2, 3, 4. When you get to 71, you're not saying 1. Okay, you're going to say 11. So when you get to the 70s, right? When you get to the 70s, okay, it'll be 60 and 10 through 19, right? But it's going to go 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. But when it gets to 17, 18, 19, it switches again, right? Seven, 8, and 9 are whole in their own. They're whole in their own. When you get to the 80s, right? When you get to the 80s, everything switches again. And in the 80s, it's built by association. Let me read through these 99 messages. Yeah, the Sphinx is the cat box. They're all the cat boxes. All the desert. Ah, maybe that's why it's dry in the desert, eh? Communication directly into the sand, right? How far does that sand resonate in the desert? Okay, so spring also, and I know you're going to do this if you're still here, Miss Cynthia, right? Now that is going to be the uh, So I don't believe that. I believe that if you freeze the water for too long a period of time, the system automatically speaks to itself. Okay, the system automatically speaks to itself when the water is frozen for an extended period of time. When something is wrong for an extended period of time anywhere on this planet, okay, it signals for help. And the help comes from what they call nature itself, okay, but it's nature of the honest beast. In order to break up what is blocking the reception, what is blocking the communication, what has put water into ice, this will break up automatically through the system. And you constantly have to work faster and faster. The faster, okay, the more you disrupt the system, the more the system will catch up faster to you. Just like you're putting into a seed, teaching somebody or indoctrinated something, you're being indoctrinated yourself through thinking you can beat the system. The system was made so it's always one step ahead of you. And the cruelty that you put to the system, eventually you will not be able to keep up to the system. And since this is the money world, you must constantly make money and pay it to the beast. Why? Because the beast is the bank that owns the entire game. So the 1% that are in here, part of the banking, the secondary banking system that's in here, that puts everything on ice, puts everything into a bank, that freezes things up, that checks you out and checks things up, but won't let you write a check, so checks things out. So that would be at the hotel. They check you in, right, at the hotel. No, I said H for hospital. But H is for ashes and dust because they make nothing of you. But they take all your words and then they burn their papers and you know nothing. Yet you think you know everything, but you know nothing at all because you don't do anything about it. Because you think because you're alone, you can't do anything about it. And we can. Not easy. When your neighbor's starving and you know they're part of the system, right? You can just hand some food over to your neighbor, and soon after 30 days, every neighbor will be starving, and everybody's going to start asking ourselves, well, how can everybody stop working all at the same time? How can we all stop working at the same time to correct the system? All we have to do is deposit the money into different bank accounts. And when they come after you, who are they going to come after you with? We are 99% of everything that is running everything. We are the ones that are running everything. We are the hands-on, yet we think we can't do nothing because we do not have the organization put together to stop it all. And one of the easiest ways, yes, the first way is I'm not moving for 60 days, but then no one will pick up your garbage. So you know what? I can pick up your garbage, right? I can pick up your garbage. I'm not charging you anything for the gas. And since my buddy drives the gas truck, right, he's going to bring me gas. And since his company is putting the lock on the door, well, we're the security people and we're opening up those locks. And I'm the person who closes down. I'm the management. But you know what? I'm with the people and we're managing the world right now. And all those oligarchs, wherever they are, well, tough it. Times have changed. We've decided to do our own banking and interchanges. Eventually, I'll know who owes who. Well, eventually, we won't be able to go overseas, so we'll just stay at home. We have everything we need in North America to do everything we want, right? From every single fossil fuel and everything we need. So if we run back in time, eventually we'll have to stop certain areas of this, but everybody still has to eat. So it has to be completely organized. And this is when I create all these soldiers in the game. I call them, this is a game I'm building. Everybody knows about the game, right? And it's all these animes, and they're going to be like 6 billion animes in the game. And there's going to be only 2 billion at a time working because others will be asleep in different time zones. They'll be recharging within the game. So we can't let more than 2 billion into this game at a time in 4 different time zones that were overlapping by 6 hours. So we spoke about the what is 5 and 7. All right. Well, the 5 and 7.
1 times 2, 1 plus 2. 1 times 2, 1 plus 2, 1 times 3, 1 plus 3, 7 and 5. Female, male. By the virtue of the 5775, the numeric value for electric moon. And where does that electric moon sit? 7th gate. Electric moon. 6 connects to 7, connects to 5. The passage is through me. The electric gate. The breath gets divided up. The 7th gate is just a sliver between the two sides. Wow, there's still 99 messages. No way. Birth chart reveals your scripture. Yes. Birth chart. So how deep can we read into that? Apparently through the alchemy science, they say we can bring more depth, but still, yes, but should it actually be that? Should it actually be that way, right? Should it actually be that way? Or should it not be that way? Is it because this world is such a utopia that we're able to read ourselves through the birth charts? So 13, is it 13 being the 13th at the center or being 13 at the end? Because there is no connection to 13. 13 lives between 6 and 6, or 13 is part of chopping everything up. 3, put something, 3, put something, 3, put something, 3, put something. So I went 3, 6, no, I can't do that. I got to go 4, put a third, 4, put a third, 4, put a third, that'll equal to my 13. Or I do it the other way and I put 3 in something and I put it into 1/3 separation and 1/4 separation. So I'm going to have 4 times 1/4 and 3 times 1/3 when dividing up the zodiac signs. When doing that, I can end up at my mutable, in my cardinal, and in my fixed signs. At the same thing, when I run by the 4s, I can run by the fire, the earth, the air, and the water. Right, the water is number 67, so it's number 13. The fire is 38. It is 11. The fire and the water, 11 and 13. They're the basis. They're the bottom of the ladder of their own house. And W stands for communication. So right away, the communication maybe happens when the water starts to boil or starts to heat up when the steam starts to go. So let me read the rest of these. Whoa. Popcorn, anybody for some popping corn? Don't cut anything in half, that's dangerous. Careful, words hold power. So there's a hold on power. Power is energy. Is power, energy, memory at the same time? Power is the word inside of power. The M letter, when I look at the M splits the area space, bringing it to the heart position, right? Everything that rotates is going to stem off the M. Okay. There's also a heart position that if you're hanging a picture, you would put it right at the center where the W is. The W, okay, unlike the M is showing me one straight line. The W, okay, is all like this. And when that happens, this is in response to Eliana. So when you're running this way, it's by force. When you're running this way, it's by twos. Now, if I'm sharp running from here over to here, it's the same thing, right? 4, 2. But if I'm running from here to here and here to here, I went up 7, I went up 5, 7 and 5. You see the way the moon angle is? The moon angle is showing me this angle, not a 45-degree angle like this, but it shows me this angle. That shows me my separation could be from here to here down to here, cutting over this way and cutting over this way, over to my number. See, dragging the 3 up to this side, which is going to touch the end of this, dragging the 3 up to this side, which is going to touch the edge of this. 3 and 8 is my 11 to what my 1 and 8. And I'm talking about this angle. I'd like to know what that angle is. Very important. And that goes along with the W letter. So either you're running two things. Either you're running at 4.5 and 5.5, or you're running what is on the 33-degree angle. I don't know which way to look at this. The other thing is because there's 3, should I be cutting through the center here? This is a heart area. This area, when I only use up 4 of them, right? The heart is in between, nothing gets in half, right? And when I run through it this way, right, I can run this way, and down here and down here. I can't run straight through any of these, right? The only time I can run straight through them I can do this to this one, and I can do this to this one. If I counted this as a whole area space, you see it's 4 area spaces. Inside the heart of Monopoly, I'm driving through a heart line on the trains. Since I'm driving through a heart line on the trains, I would have to look like, look what the trains are telling me to do. The trains are telling me for a heartbeat, I need a heartbeat on the train track. Dual heartbeats over here, but I don't need a heartbeat. I already get a passing line. You see the way I go this way on this, right? The thing is, it's not the this way or the that way. It's I cannot draw through the center. If I want to draw through the center, I have to use here, here, and here. I'll show you. No, I can't show you because it's not working out right now. I'm too much in a rush. But anyways, when you're going through a single area line in this direction or in this direction, right, you will always it'll either be like this or like this. This one, I went up this way, down this way, up this way. I went down this way, down this way, down this way. When I turned it around, I went down, up. Here I went top right, bottom left. Top left, bottom right. Top right, bottom left, top left, bottom right. Top right. See, I started the opposite way. And then it creates this image over here. 4, 4, 4, 4. 4 and 4 equals 8. H is 8. See the I letter, the I and the H come created through the heart line? This is your 89. This is your high birth. This is your base creation. Yeah, so anyways, I was speaking before on which word. We've got 19. Power of the word. I'm still on. Oh my God. Aleph, Lamed. I don't know what that letter is. Nun and Hey. Oh, there's a yod inside there. Oh, there's a yod inside there. Okay. So that's the yod is for earth, right? So they're mentioning earth. Maybe that's what yod is for. Maybe the 10 yod is for earth. Seven, 8, 9. 8, I also like to look at the word as eat, as eaten.
Speaking in codes, we would have to go to what nursery rhyme that they ate the apple, eating the apple. Will you eat the apple? Things to do with eating. And then the cookies, the gingerbread lady. Why was seven scared of eight? Because eight, nine. Seven was, why is nine scared of eight? Why seven? Why is nine, seven, eight, nine? Why is eight scared of seven? Because seven, eight, nine. JH, 10 and 8, Jewish heaven, J10H. Oh, yes, the reverse of J, the reverse of 10, and I keep forgetting all the time. Remember, the verse of the cap of 10 is 17. This, your chakras, when your chakras connect, when you build your 10, you connect your chakras. That's where 17 comes in. Again, it's also part of the Mars system. You connect that trinity, that 313, but in this instance, through your chakras, you're always connected. One, two, three, four. Where is one and six connected to? It's connected to two and five. Two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five. So one and six is one down here and six up here. When you connect the five areas, you have to connect your basin to your head, right? You have to find an area space, first of all, to put this cube inside of you, and then run your seven all the way to your head. Is your 17, because you must, it's fully connected before we even began. The upper world and the lower world through the spine has always been connected. It's always been a crisscrossing gateway up the spine. And it's always number 24, except Saturn square changed this. It's not like this anymore. When I go from here to here in Saturn square, I go from 4 to 5. And then over here, I go 6, 4, 5, 6. Over here, okay, I'm going to go 2 over to 8. So 2 over to 5 is 3. This is 1. When I go from here to here, I'm going from 3 to 5 is 2. 1 over here. This one over here is 3. 1, 3, 2. This one over here, okay, is going to be number 7. And this is going to be 2. 2 and 2, they're both 2s. This is 1 and 3. This one over to the ocean. This one over here, I'm going to go from number 6. It's going to be 3. This is going to be 8, and this is 3. So I have 3 and 3 and 2 and 2 and wait a second, hold on. This is going to be 3. Let me I have this written out already. Hold on a second. We're going to go over these numbers in a minute. I'm still reading through Eliana's, and Ta. Freddy was my favorite imaginary friend. It's a movie from my childhood. So is Freddy Krueger. IS, which is 9 and 19, like in Israel and Islam. Also in Isaac and Ishmael is also the 9 for the birth, extending into the moon. And 19, right? 19, remember, part of the equilateral, that number 19, the heart of Rubik's Cube. Number 19, right? Elohim is part of that connection to this. It also is the holder of the vibration, because I and S also look like 1 and 5. All the money has to be deposited into the same account, right? Something has to be done that otherwise, if you can't do that, shipments have to be late. They have to blame you for something, and everybody gets hired at the same time. You know what I'm saying? We have to keep making mistakes for the big companies. The problem with that is
We must always pay the small company. How do we do that? Right? Stop taking orders from the small company and tell them, but keep sending them checks. How do we do all these things? Very, very tough. We have to start helping each other out. How do we do it? How do we do it? Right? The first way now has to start within you. That's the only way right now. I believe wholeheartedly that in the heat, right? I believe wholeheartedly in the heat that we're going through right now. I believe it's going to be a lot of brain power, meaning that um, because you no longer believe in the system, they're going to bring out a repair unit. They're going to bring out a repair unit where what it's going to do, it's going to alter the entire vibration of this planet to counteract against the vibration that we're going through, because every single one of us needs a correction. So therefore, in order to correct us, there must be a faulty wiring inside the system itself. So mainframe comes out and it reconnects the entire system, right? Rented house, this house is rented. We're born into the rented house. That's why I believe we get the pair rents, right? And everybody pays a rent, even those who run the house for arts and entertainment only. They sell the arts and entertainment to you. Everybody comes into the house. It's all organically. You're all brought in organically. We all enjoy ourselves. It's all about getting that high. We all want that high. We all want the orgasm of life, getting the highest we can. It's a personal thing, an individual thing. It's a private thing. And that's where it comes back to when we sit on the throne and we contemplate. If you don't think going to the bathroom is good for you, it's the best thing in the world. It's a time you can reflect on the whole day. And if you're able to go there on the best friend in town, which is the reflection tool, right? Communication is 420. THC, time of the teacher, bringing the generator room together. Okay. The old boat is NE, no, it's REG, NEGREG. I think they call it. I don't even like to say the word, but the old boat, bringing back the old boat of communication, is NIGGER, and that's to reconnect to the soul. And the numbers are right here. To reconnect to the soul, right, is right here. Do you know what this is? This connects right to the Mayans, a direct connection. Do you know that oxygen, okay, oxygen is going to be 6, 6, and 5, 5, right? This one is only 5, 5. The 6, 6 is missing because we're connecting right back to the soul. 5, 9, and 5 is 14. 5 and 9 is 14. 42, connecting right back to the Christ gate, right back to the power. And you want to know what's crazy about that? 29, 56. This is the numeric value for church and the gateway. This is the 6 days and the 1 day that brings us together under the spirit of the church. And it creates this. It's 5, 5, and 5. It's 1.25. The number of time missing, okay, is for that black space. Okay. It's the old coin, something about the black space that might have been replaced by the moon, because the same numeric value of 575 is 5775 is that numeric value for the moon. If I take away the 99 birth and stay with 5775, well, 77 times 75, the power of the Christ and the moon will equal to 5775. If you take 5775 and multiply it by 13, it's going to equal to 75075. So the birth comes in here. The birth comes in here in 7 and 5. And then I'm just trying to figure out what would be the 5. Yes, in between 5 and 9, right? The upper world, 63, 54. The lower world, 32. This 5 is an association of A, B, C, D. This 5 over here. A and D and B and C, bringing in the 10 world of communication, right? All through the black source. I don't know what that black source is, right? This source over here as well. See where it says this is Regin. Regin, okay, is old re, okay, the power from the ocean. And now, can we connect this up to the sun? You see, black in French is number 29. Black connects to the railway stations. Black connects to waterworks and electric company. The numeric value for black, I just need to find the number for white for a second. 14, 15, 29, 32. Okay, we have, you know what's funny? White is 32, equaling to 5, and black is 61. So I'm happy that this works out. 5 and 7, black and white in French. In English, it's 29 and 65. They're both 11. I'm happy this works out. 5, 7, 11. That works out. 5, 7, 5, 7, 11 works out. It's when they recreate the other side of the moon, bringing in the second side from birth into the house of Vet, into the animal house, right? Into that animal house. Why would they call it that? They call it that in Hebrew. So that's why I call it the house of Vet. And Vet can mean old souls as well, because the veteran is one who lived through, right, the army life, one who lived through the life of Mars. Because anytime you say Mars, all I see is a connection. All I see is war. All I see is a joint marriage, army backwards. Well, you know, you can put like Elena said, or Leanna said, what if it was just, but you know what? You can do anything you want for it. But the only thing I'm trying to do in my project is say that you are the one creating this project I'm in right now. And what you did is you're controlling everything in this game. You're the controller of any video game that was ever made. You're the god. You could take away the life of anyone in that game, and you can even stop people from playing your game. This game I'm playing online, you can take home and use on your own, right? But this is you in control of everything. Anytime you can take, if I create this game and give it to you, and you go out and ask people questions, and you can enter new stuff into your game, okay? But it will always be suggested to also enter into mainframe, and because mainframe will take it into their mainframe. You'll get it, you'll put in your game. It'll either work or it won't work. Obviously, if it's a word, all the words work because they all get into an alphabetical formation. They all work and are formatted through the understanding of all the equations. All the equations will explain different scenarios. For instance, number 77 is Christ. Number 77 is power. Number 77 is matter. Matter is a 6-letter word. In French, terre equals to the same thing, which could be retina, which can be something going into your eye and powering up your head. It can also be inside matter. Terre can also be towards earth. So I will associate with this, and everything can be changed, but right now it's the basis of it. Also, retina has the ET with it. We already know that T is the 20th letter. It's the 7th letter reverse. I already know that T is 4 times 5 equaling to 20. I know that when I use this calculator and I use number 5, I can go 4 by 5 and I can connect every single one of these, all 8 equaling to 5 equaling to 40. But I'm connecting a lower world into it, these 4 equaling to 20, and these 4 equaling to 20, or these 2 equaling to 10, and these 2 equaling to 10. So I can connect anything I want. I can connect any number I want. But right now, in the revelation that we're working on this planet, is we're running off of 7 months of 31 days. We're running off of 4 months of 30 days and 1 month of Valentine's. I run a 4-year cycle for 1,461 days. How do I get 1,400? Let me check this out again.
365, 365, 365. 365 and 365 is 730. Huh? 730, eh? Number 73 coming together again. The air is coming together. And then you get another 365 and 365, right? And that's going to be 1460. 1, 4, and 6 coming together. 1, 4, 6, and 1 for the leap year, 1461. So when you do all the denominations and all the counts, what's going to be between all of this? It's going to be the moon. The last result is going to be 19, or Elohim, at the end of that cycle. And we have to run 4 cycles like that before we can call it a master cycle of any kind. Why? It's called the baseball theme. And in baseball, I need 4 balls before 1 runner goes on to base. I need 8 for 2 runners. I need 12 for the bases loaded. And I need 4 more to bring a man home, or a person home. That's 16. My 12 zodiac signs, okay, have 16 connections to it. Sixteen connections. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 12 zodiac signs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The first cutoff is not at your 9 birth, right? If it was your 9 birth, would it be 3/4 into each one? What would 9 into 12 be? I didn't do the 9. Is it 3/4? I have to do that calculation. 9 times 75, no, 12 times 75. 12 times 75. So I'm not sure if I could have did it that way, but the 9, you see the 75, that's where it brings in your electric moon creation. 7 and 5 is 12, 1 and 2 is 3, 1 and 2 is 3, brings you in your 9. 3 by 3 is 9. 57, 75, male, female, okay, creation. This is going to bring in the sun and the moon. The 5 is going to be bringing in the sun. The 7 will be bringing in the moon. The 7 will also be bringing in part of Mars, and again, back to the moon. The moon numeric value is 5775. The sun is number 5. It'll be 1 times 4, 1 plus 4. Also bring in communication. So here's where we add up. Now, so in this row, if I went over here, 75%, I would use up 3 areas. I would have 1 area, 2 areas, 3 areas, 4 areas extra. Just want to see if I would take 1 and then use another one here, and use another one here is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'd have 12 of them. Yeah, I can create 3 more, right? I have 12 of them, right? So I can create another one. I'm going to take a look at that when I'm done. So here's line 8. Here's line 6. There is no line 7. Okay, here's line 4. Here's line 3. You see the way it separates everything? In this one, see this marking over here? There's 2. See this marking here? There's 2. You see this marking here? There's 2. Marking here, 2, 2, 2, 2. So in the 8th house in the heavens, it's all 2s. In the 12 zodiacs, first zodiac gets 1. Second zodiac gets 2. Third zodiac gets 1. Fourth zodiac gets 1. Fifth zodiac gets 2. 6th zodiac 1, 7th zodiac 1. So you notice the 3rd and the 4th each got 1, and then the 6th and the 7th. You remember I mentioned before the upper house and the lower house, they're reflective of each other. Same thing happens here. Now we come into the 8th sign, Scorpio, gets 2, right? And then we're going to jump it over here to this one over here, and we're going to go Sagittarius. It gets 1. And then look at that. Look at that. Capricorn, Sagittarius together, 13. Look at this one over here, right? Libra and Virgo together, 13. 6 and 7, 13.
And then on the lower side, I brought 3 and 4 together, 7. So I have 7, 13. And then what was this one over here? 10 and 3. Wow, 10 and 3, right? The 10th. Oh, sorry. The 10th and the 9th. I went the opposite way. That's 19. Sorry about that. It's funny the way 1 times 3, 1 plus 3 will equal 3 and 4. 3 times 4, 3 plus 4 will be 7 and 12 equaling to 19. So we end up with 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. That's pretty ironic. So now when we go to the next row, we end up with 3 over here. Ends here, 3 over here. And then here we end up with 2. And it ends here. This is an open space. Here, there's 3. Here, there's 3. Here, there's 2. Here, there's 3. So let's see what happens. We begin with 3, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3. So 3, 2, 3, and 3, 2, 3. 3, 2, 3. So the next one. So that's 6. Then over here, it's the 4 area. We end up with 4, 4, 4, 4. Right? So can we call this our cardinal? No, we can call this, what do we call this? We're ending up with 4 of them here. Right? So all our fire signs, would they be joining in all of these? Would the whole zodiac switch over now? And because it's by 4, we're switching up all our cardinal signs now? And then when it loaded it up by 3, it was telling us another story. Well, when we get down to here, right over here, look at that. It becomes 5. And then we have 6. And then we have 5 again. We have our 16. And then when there's 2 here, alpha, beta, right? You end up with 6 here and 6 here. So where does the split happen? The split happens right over here. There is no mixture in this house between the first 6 zodiac signs and dividing them between over here Virgo and over here Libra. So that's the end of that grid line. I'm going to see if there's anything else in here that needed to be split up. Right. This is just the house, the W. You want to see the way the W goes? So the W comes down and follows this line. The M goes up over here. So the M would be this, right? The W would come out to the side. So the W is the expansion of the area space, where the M goes right into the heart. No, the W cuts through the heart line. The M cuts into the heart line like a dead line inside of it. So I'm trying to see if there's anything else in here. Okay, so nothing's coming up, so I'm just going to turn this around, flip the camera, go through some of the questions. So I just missed a whole bunch of questions. I don't know why it does this. "33 MEW, that's why I'm flying above the trail, the path of light, much better way up. I wanted to marry a man with T so I could be CMT. I'm just trying to, I don't know those initials. Oh yeah, I like that Jungle Book. Yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Very, very good. Yes, they do the same thing in the word Earth. In the word T and H is the house of 16 and 1. We need the 1 teacher in the school, right? Nothing works more than 6, 6, and 6, right? So the corridor of the teacher's house is C and D. So we go from the Bronze Age into the runner-up. Is the runner-up part of the teacher system, right? There are 18, okay, surrounding 1. There's a total of 19. Can the teacher be coming from the other side as the 19th? Can you count the cantor in shul as part of the minion? You automatically need the 9. My Martha. Yes, Martha always. Ten Commandments, 3 didn't teach. That's good. That's good. So that gives me 7. So that's, you needed 7 and 3. It can't be anything less than 7 and 3. So when you're talking about 7 and 10, 10 has to be part of the full communication. 7 and 3, teaching within the house to 4 and 6. Jacob's ladder, 2020. 2020, I think, was, somebody mentioned it was a 2020 said it was a position year. I didn't really understand what that meant, but everybody's staying at home in that year. Yes, tiger, yes, yes. So Reg and Tyre, yes, that fits in the same thing. Yes, yes, the Black Panther, back into that Black Panther divination. Can I say it that? Elon, yes. Noel, it says Christmas within the word. It says one wing within the word. You can say lone within the word. Something to do again, lone and wolf. The lone wolf, the lone ranger. There must be a reason for that. My ears are ringing. And Crispra plays sword words. I am free. I am free. Well, if somebody's free and has got a ticket to Jamaica, I'm on my way. I'll probably never come home. Black gold, black soil. Yes, very big, huge, good word. Another good word for today. Don't soil my pants, right? Why would I use soil for soiling my pants? They also had something soil. So there's oil in soil. There could be spirit in soil. The elements within oil is also backwards as LOI, meaning the law of the OS. Something to do with your computer. 24, 36, 46. Wow, soil is 55 when 5 and 5 cross each other. The first crossings of 5 and 5, is that when you go from 1 over to 9, or is when 1 and 4 connects to 2 and 3? Because your first base of 10 is when Mars gets broken up. Your basis, the Mars cube, is an 8. It fits exactly into the corners of the cross. You see, if I take the Mars cube and put it in the Earth cube of Isaac, it fits exactly into the corners. My question is, does Mars fit at all the corners? Or is it because Mars takes up a 4 area space? The thing is about the 7 cube is I have to cut the cherry. Okay, I have to cut the strawberry. I have to cut the connection, because the connection of a strawberry, if I move 2 cubes inside of here, I have to cut corners and connect the cubes together inside of this. If I put 4 cubes to work inside of this, 4 cubes, I have to cut out all the overlapping parts inside of this. I'm not sure if you're following with me. See, 4 cubes, they all have to touch the center. Well, if all the 4 cubes, right, of Mars didn't count, let's say Mars was 4, right? Is Mars a 4 whole or not? Or is Mars a heart with an area space to plug in the 4th area? So there's a lot of questions. And then in this life, are we a 6? Do we take this, plug it over our head? We put ourselves inside here. Should I be taking out these 2? Right? And putting this over my head and letting this sit on my shoulders? I don't know. So are we 5 plus the 1 plug-in? I don't know. But then in general, we can still, right? We can still plug this into ourselves like this. So I really don't need anything
right? But one of the plugs to plug it in. I only need one of the plugs to plug it in. Now, am I plugging it in the center or from a corner? If I plug it in from a corner, okay, will I put a plug in this way or like this? Does anybody know why like that? Because a picture hangs better from a point, not square. Otherwise, I need two connections. It's just something to talk about. So I'm getting a little bit tired here. I might, end and come back in a little bit. I know there's a few things I did not speak about on this, so I want to get through. No, I've not eaten today, but I'm going to be thinking of that like in 2 minutes. That's why I'm getting off. I just saw that. Well, the question when if you're looking at 666 bad, I mean, it depends the context, but I don't think we should say anything is bad for you unless we say fire. And if they're saying six a lot of times, six, 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 if you have sex too often, I mean, I don't know what the fancy of the feast would be, right? Right? I mean, if you were running, are you constantly running in the rotation of 69? Right? Well, in all actuality, you are, because the rotation of your basic daily life is to eat, to breathe, and to exhaust yourself. So you would be actually moving in that rotation. You'd be working in both the bringing in and putting out, and not always through the same parts. Your ears hear. Do you have to listen? Do you have to listen? Can you block your ears? Have you ever blocked your ears? It's amazing. It's almost like blocking your your eyes. Oh my God. Oatmeal, blueberry, and maple syrup. Yes, isn't that amazing? And you know what's funny? Is that the K letter is the 11th letter. The letter K. 1 times 1, 1 plus 1 equals 2 and 1. So let's do this. So maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but what it does is it creates this word, CLUK, cluck. 1 times 1, 1. 1 plus 1, 2, right? One, two, two, one. But at the same time, the 12th letter is an L. The 21st letter is a U. I started with 1 and 1. 1 times 1 is 1. 1 plus 1 is 2B. And this way, it says Abba Cluck. So it said father is a duck. The duck is also noted to be the swan, also to be known the two is 2, right? It just so happens right now, the president, right? I always called this person the duck. I don't know why, but from day one, it was the duck. Ducks have orange feet. This one has orange hair. Something about father the duck, or the bringing in of the father. When you make your computer work so bad, it needs to be brought into the shop, but you never want to bring the computer into the shop, right? Well, the same thing that's happening with this planet right now. It never wants to go into the shop, but it's being brought into the shop right now. The more they do evil onto this planet and onto the inhabitants, we are the heart. We must know
there's something wrong. If you want something to happen, just know there's something wrong and do the eensy little bit to change it. If you work for a big company, try to get as many days off. Try to disrupt it in any legal way possible. Meaning, the first thing is follow the Bible in this manuscript. The manuscript to follow the Bible is to respect yourself. If you're not feeling good, if you need to realign your mind, if you're going to get paid for the day and you need to reset your mind, it's a good excuse to stay home for that day. Why do I do this? Because the robots in my game, right? They all need to stay home for one day. I can't let all the robots get out there. What does that mean? Is that every individual that's going to play my game, right? Every single one of them is an automatic rest. They will not be able to have another name or to play on the seventh day. It's going to be a day of reflection, right? They'll be able to go over everything they did in the prior 6 days, but on that seventh day, they have to have reflection. The game will automatically shut down after 16 hours of playing. Automatically in my game, it'll automatically shut down after 16 hours. You need 8 hours, okay, to reset. That is the Mars cube, 2 by 2 by 2, 8. You need a reset. You must eat twice. The question is, do you eat in the middle of the day? Do you eat when you wake up? Oh, yes, saxophone. I think we blow the saxophone, right? You blow in one end, it comes out the other end. What is day for you is night for many. So what you can have as clarity as vision, everybody else is still in the dark. Can we look at it that way? Oh, I didn't know everybody was here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, how is everybody? I just want to say hello to everybody. I don't know how long I've been here. What time is it? 2:18. I'm going to be getting off for a half an hour. I don't want anybody to sit here. So if anybody'd like to come back in a half an hour, they're more than welcome. I don't know if it's good to shut it down or bad to shut it down, but I'm going to open up after. I'm going to write down a few things. And I know there's a bunch of things that I didn't complete. I didn't complete the Roger Rabbit and why the rabbit is number 5. I didn't complete the Sun Cube is the Sky Pass, number 55. I didn't complete the 4 cubic and the 3 cubic equal to the word spirit. I didn't complete that. Those are the 3 majors. I also didn't complete the communication between the cat and understanding how the sun and the moon come together. And those are the things I'm going to bring back. Thank you very much for being here, but I think it's important that I don't stress out or anybody else. We all have things to do, and me, it's going to be possibly eating a little lunch. But before I go, there is one thing I did want to mention, is this. Remember I said in the regular, see, we're working on this. 4, 4, 4, 4. Missing 2, missing 2. 2 to 6 is 4, 4 to 8. When we come here to Saturn square, if we go into the 5 position, it's a difference of 1. If I go into the 5 position, it's a difference of 1. If I go into the 5 position, it's 2, 2, 2, 2. So you can see how that's working. Here, to go into the 5 position, it's 3, 4, 1, 1, 3, 4, 2, 1, 4, 3, 2. Let's see if we can do this again. We have 1 here and we have 1 there. We have 4 here and we have 4 here. We have 3 here and we have 3 here. We have 2 here, we have 2 here. Let's do it again. 1, 2, 3. Wait, where's the 3? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how our things work over here. Everything into here is 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't have the same thing. Our 1, 2, 3 is 1, 1, 1, 3, 3, 3, 2, 2, 2, 4, 4, 4. So this one is all broken up and has to be reset. Okay, that one is in Saturn square, right? See, look, we have the fox. We have the fox here. See, we have headquarters over here, headquarters to the fox. Right over here, 6 and 8 running between fixed and mutables. Ask me about that also after. We'll get all into that. We'll get all into the months also. So that's part of the Mayan. That's part of the Mayan association. I put this whole thing in: fixed, cardinal, mutable, air, earth, fire, water. I mix it up with the 12 zodiac signs and the numeric values that go along with the 7 and 13 from the Mayan Sanskrit. I'm going to be back a little bit later. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. If you can help out the channel, like I said, I like these pens, nothing else, because that's what I'm comfortable with. I don't have to keep throwing them in the air, because they don't write properly. Maybe I should get refills. I used to have this one, but this one I don't like. It's an okay pen, but it's not as good as this one. I still like this one, the same thing. Like I said, and then I have a link on my page. And if you want to see any of these videos that I put out here for 1900 hours, you can go over to YouTube and watch them there. I'm also on Art Mr. Tackpans on Facebook, but I haven't been able to get onto my Facebook page for a couple of months. For some reason, it won't send me an email to reset my password. I also spoke again: the cat, the father, the mother, the cube. Then there's things in the Bible, different numbers or names in the Bible. Maybe we can take a look at it. There's a lot of people out there. Cynthia does a lot of work on the zodiac. I'm still learning to do it. The alchemist zodiac, I'd really like to learn that myself. And one of the cantors out there, there's a bunch of people out there, and I hate it. I refrain. If I hear people screaming and arguing and I'm on their page, it's not long before I'm off. I need to advance. I need to go forward. I need to advance. I need to go forward. Anyways, and all these numbers towards the Mayan, everything reflecting number 27. Number 2772 is reserved. They use the black man and not the brown man. Okay, the house is the brown one. It's the brown house. It's the C house, the house of creation. C is 100 Roman numerals. It's the X house. Did you know the third Roman numeral, okay, is C? Did you know the smallest of the third Roman numeral is X? And sex, C and X, are the reverse alphabet of each other. Just very ironic. We'll speak after. 1919, big time. 1919 equals to 361. 1 and 360 is a 361. That's 1 and 19. That's the pin point in the center. Speak a little bit later. Be back in 1 hour.